I'll tell you when.
Okay.
We're on.
Welcome everyone to the USA Yoga Live Qualifier for the 2025 competitive season. I'm Tim Mizrak. I'll be your MC for the first part of today's event. And later on today, Wahid Koskun will be taking over MC duties, and then I'll see you again tomorrow. First, I'd like to thank all of the volunteers, our sponsors, our board members, our judges, and of course, our athletes and coaches for making this event today possible. And I'll be calling out some specific people as we go through the program today. It has turned into a two-day event, which is wonderful because there's been such great response. We have approximately 90 people that we'll be seeing, which means 90 wonderful routines over the next 2 days, the majority of them being today, and then we'll see a bunch of athletes tomorrow as well. So with that, we're going to get started and get to our first athlete. And we're starting with the boys ages 9 to 11 group. And our first athlete is Arav Kota. Arav, please take your mat and we'll go ahead and spotlight you. Go ahead and give us a bow when you're ready. Start, please. Thank you, Arav. And we're going to get a time from the judges. Okay, we'll come in and report the time for that athlete in a moment. And thank you. That was a great routine. We're going to wait for the judges' scores to go up. While we're waiting, if Ariana Vanaparty is watching, we need you to sign in because your turn is coming up fairly soon. So the time for Arav was 2 minutes and 39 seconds, and we just need to allow Erin to unmute her mic so she can give us the time at the end of each athlete. So as I said, this is our virtual qualifier and the only virtual qualifier we're doing this season. Earlier in the season, actually late last year, we had our live qualifier in the center of the country in Indiana, and we have two more coming up. So the next one will be on March 8th in Berkeley, California, and then the final qualifier for this competitive season will be on May 3rd up in the Boston, Southern New Hampshire area, actual town of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, if you're familiar with New England, which is a great area to be in May. So if you can, come up and see us there. Of course, our national event will be in the summer, as it always is, and the weekend will be August 1st to 3rd this year in State College, Pennsylvania, and we're looking forward to a wonderful event there. More on that later. So as I said in the introduction, there are a lot of people that make this possible. I'm going to call out our staff. We have Glenn and Clara and Judy and Tiffany all helping by spotlighting and doing the tech. And a lot of work goes into all the competitions, but in a way, these virtual competitions, we need even more support to make sure this all goes off right. So thank you to all our staff that helped today. And in a moment, we should have the scores for our first competitor. After the scores go up for Arav, we'll be going to the girls 9 to 11 category, and we have two athletes in that group. So as we saw from our first competitor, there are 6 postures making up the routine, and those or 6 categories across 6 different categories. So we have spine twists, forward compression, back bends, inversions, tractions, and lifts. And the athletes are choosing the postures of their choice, typically one from each category, but there are some new rules around that, and I'll be talking about that a little bit later too. Another thing that the judges are requesting is that when it is your turn to perform, that you unmute yourself, so that we can not only see you, but we also would like to hear you.
You guys hear me? Tim, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna mute myself until I need to say the time.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
And at the end of each athlete, I'll just pause and wait for you to say the time, and then I'll take over. Thank you. So as I mentioned, we do have another day tomorrow to get through the rest of the athletes, but most of the people are today. We're going to get to about 60 people today, and I think we're at about 25 to 30 people tomorrow. And that was just based on the popularity of this event. We know it's very convenient for people to do this virtually rather than having to travel. So we later in the more recent years, we tend to get a lot of participation for these online virtual events. So that's why we went to the second day. Could I get an update from the judges if the scores are coming up soon?
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not showing properly. Lynn, could you send me the link again?
So what we're planning on doing for this event, which is a little bit new, is we are going to display the athlete scores at the end of each athlete. So there'll be some time where we need the judges to check their scores, confer sometimes, and then get them plugged in, and then we will present it as you see we're trying to right now. So you'll see the name of the athlete. I think we're going for their state flag as well, which state they represent, and then the 6 scores that they got for the various postures. So we'll try to work that out. Glenn and judges, do you want to go to the next athlete, or do you want to just pause here and try?
Let's go to the next athlete.
There's a problem with
There's a problem with the grid, so we're not able to post that right now.
Okay, so let's go to the next athlete. You'll tell me when that's resolved, and then we'll start trying to post the scores after each athlete. So we are moving on to the girls 9 to 11 group, and the first athlete in that group is Radhika Agarwal. Let's go ahead and spotlight her. All right, Radhika, you can go ahead and the parents or family members whose phones are up, you need to get out of the view of the camera. You're blocking her a little bit, so even more. There you go. Stay there. Don't move forward. Great enthusiasm, though. Thank you. So, Radhika, go ahead and give us a bow. And start, please.
Two minutes, 44 seconds.
Great. 2 minutes, 44 seconds. Thank you, Radhika. So the routine has to be performed within 3 minutes. If you go over 3 minutes, you may get a deduction. And if you go too far over, your 6th posture may not even count, depending on where you were in the posture when time was called. So what we're looking for is really anything under 3 minutes, but it is nice to see when the time of the routine is getting close to that 3-minute mark, because that means they held the posture for a longer period of time, the athlete took their time, and we really got to see them on their mat for as long as possible. But very important to keep it under the 3-minute mark, which Radhika did. Nice job with that. In addition to the overall 3-minute limit for the program, there's also a timing judge who is making sure that each posture is being held for at least 5 seconds in stillness, which is also very important to the score. So if you only hold your posture for 4 seconds, that would be a 0.5 deduction off of your execution mark. And if you hold your posture for only 3 seconds, between 3 seconds and 4 seconds, that would be a 1-point deduction off of your execution mark. And if you hold your posture for less than 3 seconds, then you will not receive any credit at all. You'd get a 0 for that posture. So it is very important. So we were looking for a couple of upcoming competitors. If Mansi or Mrethi are watching or in the meeting and underneath one of these groups, please raise your hand so we know where you are. You may be in that Nebraska group, but we can't tell. You can also, if you're not muted, you can also speak up or you can put it in the chat. We will have, as soon as we get the scores for Radhika, we will have one more competitor in the girls 9 to 11 group. So as we see our great athletes today, I will be commenting on and describing some of the postures that we see. And I would like to speak about Radhika's final posture, which was her inversion. And she did a very difficult posture called Tiger Lotus. So she's doing the tiger position as her inversion, but then she's making it more difficult by folding her legs into the lotus position while in tiger. And there are several postures that if you add lotus to the posture, you do increase the difficulty of it by 1. I think in all cases it's by 1. So that tiger lotus ends up becoming an 8-point posture. And I also noticed that she had a very good backbend on that posture. I need to take some tips from Radhika on how to improve the backbend in my tiger lotus. Not Doesn't look anything like hers, which is unfortunate for me. Okay, are we going to try to post the scores or are we going to go to the next competitor?
I still have a fresh link, so I think we'll just need to keep moving along when the judges are ready.
Okay, so judges, let me know when you're ready for the next competitor.
Okay, we're ready, Tim.
Okay, great, thank you. So our next competitor in the girls 9 to 11 group is Arna Kota. Okay, Arna, give us a bow. And start, please. Okay, we'll see if we can get a time for Arna.
2:10, 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Arna. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So that was a wonderful routine. Thank you. We'll be moving to our next category when the judges are ready, and that will be girls 12 to 14. If
I have the score availability now.
Excellent. Okay. So when
When
you're
the
ready,
scores are
I'll let you post that. And our next group will be girls 12 to 14, with our first person up being Mansi Adori. Have we checked in Mansi yet? Okay, so we may be going directly to Arushi. So Arushi, be ready. You might be next up if we cannot find Mansi. And Mansi, if you're there, please go ahead and raise your hand or speak up or send us a chat. I do see a hand raised from UPFNA. Okay, looks like we might be finding her. Glenn, you can go ahead and post the scores when you're ready. I don't know if you're going to go back and post the previous scores, or we're just going to start with Arna.
we can go back maybe between the categories. Or I guess that's now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. It might just take a little time, so we'll start with her.
Okay. So here are Arna's scores. And I'll just explain that the scoring system is on a scale of 0 to 10, with a 10 being a perfect score, no deductions at all, posture being done as well as the judge who gave that score can possibly imagine in their mind's eye. And we see typically a lot of scores in the 7 area. That's a good posture, performed well, just not perfect, maybe 1 or 2 minor deductions. So anytime you see a score like 8, which Arna did get an 8 in there, then that's always impressive and very good. The 1.8 on the fifth posture, the reason for that is that there was something called a second try. So if an athlete begins a posture and then typically it's losing balance and having to touch down and start again, you're allowed to do that, but only one more time, and that's why we call it a second try. And then there are no third tries. So Arna did have to do a second try on posture number 5. And for that reason, her score was reduced by half. And then we also saw that small notation -1, which was a timing deduction because the posture was not held for at least 4 seconds. So it was a full point off for that. So that's the reason for anytime a score is lower than 5, you can pretty much guess that it had to be what most likely is a second try. Okay, so since we had the scores there for Arna, that means we are ready for the next competitor in girls 12 to 14. So we're switching to that category now. And representing Nebraska, we have Mansi Adori. Please take your mat. We'll go ahead and spotlight you.
And we aren't seeing Mansi on here.
Oh,
And
okay.
indicated that she's not here yet. She's with the UPFNA group.
Okay, so we found where she should be. She's just not here yet. Okay, with that, then we need to go to our next competitor, and we may have an opportunity to circle back to Mansi once we find out where she is. So our next competitor is representing the state of California. Please welcome Arushi Agarwal. Okay, Arushi, you can give us a bow. Go ahead. And begin, please. Thank you, Arushi. Let's see if we can get a time for Arushi.
Time is 2:30, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Good job, Arushi. So I think we are still looking for Mrethi. So if Mrethi is out there, please let us know where you are. And that will be in our next group. We are going to move on to, as soon as we get the scores for, oh, actually, no, I think we do have another athlete in this category. So sorry, we will stay with girls 12 to 14. But in the next group, we are looking for Mrethi still. So let us know where you are. We are also looking for our Aryana Vanaparti. So if Mrethi or Aryana is available, is on the Zoom, please let us know where you are so we can be ready to present you. Okay, we have Nancy. Excellent. Looks like some scores are coming up. I don't think those are the...
They're not loaded yet.
Okay. So we'll have Arushi score soon. I'll talk about one of Arushi's postures. She did a peacock lotus, and I mentioned before when you add a lotus to a posture, it adds a difficulty, but this is a bit of an exception. When you do peacock lotus without achieving lotus during the posture, it does not add the extra point to the difficulty. So in this case, peacock lotus is actually worth 1 point less on the difficulty scale than just a straight leg peacock. But if you fold your legs during peacock, it's called folding, unfolding peacock lotus, then that is when the score goes up and that becomes an 8 point on the difficulty scale. Okay, hopefully we'll have Arushi score soon. And then we will have, after Arushi, one more competitor in the girls 12 to 14, and then we'll move on to girls 15 to 17 after that.
Tim,
Yep.
we have was it Meredith is on the UPFNA? That's her right there.
Oh, okay. All right, so
Yeah.
she's in the next group. So is Mrethi, I think it is. So if she's on the UPFNA, then we will find her when the next group starts. Okay, it looks like Ariana is our next competitor, but she also isn't here yet. So we will be going to 15 to 17 girls a little bit early. So here are Arushi's scores. Was somebody trying to get in there? Okay. So Arushi's scores are up. We see there's a time deduction of only 0.5, which means she was somewhere between 4 seconds and 5 seconds, according to our timing judge, which is a very important job. They're really looking for the moment that the athlete achieves the posture in full expression and then starts holding in stillness. That's when the clock starts, and they're looking for the 5 seconds there. So a 0.5 came off of the execution score, which is the reason for the 5.8. Okay, so if we do not have Anya, then we need to move to our next group, which is 15
Actually-
to 17. Do we have Anya?
Tim, I'm so sorry to interrupt you on the voice, but Mancy is here. If we are able to go back to her in this category, she was supposed to be before Arushi.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you. Thank you for interrupting. So, Mancy, go ahead and take your mat and let's spotlight her. Okay, and there, all right, good. The person just moved out of the way. And Mancy, you can give us a bow when you're ready. And start, please. Thank you, Nancy.
2 minutes and 23 seconds.
2 minutes and 23 seconds. Okay, great job. I'm glad we found Nancy, our next athlete up, and we're not ready to go to her quite yet, but we did find Ariana, so she will be going up next, and we'll just be waiting for Nancy's scores. So as you can tell, some of the postures that we've seen so far have been repeated from other athletes. So there are some categories where there aren't a whole lot of postures to choose from. An example of that are the spine twists. We have seen a couple different spine twists, but there aren't that many to pick from. So that's why we've seen the same spine twists, just the regular spine twists from a few athletes now. And maybe later on in the day, we might see a couple of the other options that are out there. Okay, and here are Nancy's scores. As I mentioned earlier, a 7 is a very good score, and 8 is where you start getting to see some of the more excellent scores. So we see a lot of 8s up there, which is really good. And also no timing deductions. So this is where it really makes a difference for your overall score. Good job, Nancy. Okay, we are ready for our next athlete, who is also representing Nebraska, Ariana Vanaparty. So let's go ahead and get her set up on her mat there in Nebraska. And you can bow when you're ready. Start, please. Thank you, Ariana. All right, hopefully we'll get your time in a moment.
Yeah, hold on. Two
Okay.
minutes, 24 seconds.
All right, 2 minutes, 24 seconds. So very efficient routine. She had a lot of difficult skills in there and some that require a good amount of setup, like shoulder stand lotus isn't one of the most difficult skills, but it does take some time to get into it. Goodbye is the one that she did at the end as her traction pose, and that one does take some setup time. So she still had plenty of time on the clock, even with these harder postures. I mentioned before that we are starting to see certain postures come up with multiple athletes, but I believe that's been our first goodbye so far today. I'm sure will not be our last goodbye. And that is a very difficult posture. It's a 9-point posture. And so far we've been seeing execution scores, and hers are about to come up. And the execution scores are just really telling us half of the story. So part of the score is what you see right now, what you get for execution on that 10-point scale. But then the difficulty of the posture is the other key factor. So and I think I have the order right. She got the 7.5 on the last posture, which is a 9-point posture. So we would multiply 7.5 times 0.9, and that ends up becoming her total score, which I think is around 6.75 points, if I'm doing the math right in my head. That would be the total score she'd be awarded for that one skill. Now it looks like there was a change, so maybe the judges were still making some adjustments there. So sometimes they find something or another judge's mark needs to get added into the tabulation grid. So there are still some changes coming in now as things are being tabulated. So we'll hold off just another second. But the math, the example I gave, will change, but that's what's happening right now is you're taking the execution score, you're multiplying it by the difficulty, and that's what gives you the total score. Then the 6 postures are being added up total, and that gives the athlete their total score overall, and that's what determines the rankings at the end of the day. I'm going to give them another moment or so to lock in those final numbers. We see that 0 on posture 4 actually got changed as well, so they're probably rechecking a few things. And that happens, like when you really want to be sure that you're giving the athlete the proper credit, you do sometimes have to go back and really double check on whether it's a detail in the rules or looking back at the video. So can't say what is happening now, but the scores are moving in the right direction for Ariana. So good job. One thing that you will not see at the end of today, which usually we end the competition by posting the scoreboard, the leaderboard. And that will not happen today just for the reason that we have more athletes in each category, most of the categories, also competing tomorrow. So the scoreboards will actually go up on Monday, and we'll tell you how to check for that later. Okay, the judges are ready for the next athlete, and we are moving on to the next category now, which is girls 15 to 17. And the first person up is Arshi Agarwal, representing the state of Texas. And I see her out there. We're going to spotlight her. Okay, and Arshi, you can bow when you are ready. Begin, please. Thank you, Archie. We should be getting
3 minutes, 3 minutes exactly.
3 minutes exactly. Wow. Congratulations. Um, so that's perfect in terms of timing. It's right, maybe not right where you want to be because there's really no room for error, but you pulled it off. So really good. It's always nice to use up as much of the clock as possible, and you certainly did that. So while we wait for the scores for Archie, we do need to check in on some people that are either not in the meeting yet or having trouble getting into the meeting. So it looks like we're still looking for Anya and Shreya in this group. We're coming up soon. So if you are in the meeting, please raise your hand or send us a chat. But it also looks like there are some people that cannot rejoin. So for the people who cannot rejoin, we might have to skip them and come back to them while we're trying to figure that out. So in the meantime, while we try to figure out why some people can't get back in, we will wait for Archie scores. But I think we have Ananya and Mrethi in the meeting, so hopefully we'll be able to go to them as they're the next two.
Tim, I see Kim's name, put it Anyana Kumar in there. Should we highlight her or no?
No, it looks like that's just Kim. That Ananya is not in the meeting.
I don't know, is that they use the same camera?
No, I think Ananya, I think in the chat they're telling us Ananya's having trouble getting back in. Okay, but we do have Archie scores. So Archie, there are her scores. We see a 9.3, which is excellent on her second posture. So that will be multiplied by the difficulty score. You know, anything over 8, like I said earlier, are good scores. When you get over the 9s, you're really getting very close to perfect. And we know that to have a 9.2, at least one judge gave her a 9.5. So kind of getting into almost as good as it gets. Very good job, Archie. Okay, I think we are going to have to go to Mrethi next. So Mrethi should be getting ready. And the judges are going to tell me, and the judges are ready. So let's go ahead and spotlight Mrethi. Okay. Also another announcement to the people that are in the room with the athlete. So far, a couple of athletes we could see holding the phone up there. It's in the camera view. So the last time it was pretty close to obscuring the athlete, which would have been a big problem. I would have had to call out and stop the routine. And then a couple of other times we see a portion of a body off to the side. So get behind the camera so we can see the athlete in all their glory, like we can Mrethi right now. Excellent. So give us a bow, Mrethi, and then I'll ask you to start. And start, please. Okay, thank you, Mrethi.
2 minutes, 8 seconds.
2 minutes and 8 seconds. So another very efficient routine. A lot more time, a lot of buffer there to maybe stay in some of those poses a little bit longer, but still we'll see when we see the scores if all the postures were held for at least 5 seconds. And hey, if you can pull off your routine that quickly and hold everything for at least the 5 seconds, then that's great. Gives you a lot of room to to take your time in the future, maybe as you change your routine and add some more difficult scores. So we are going to wait for Mrethi's scores. We are also working on the issue with people trying to rejoin the Zoom. So there are some people that are coming up that are having trouble getting back into the Zoom. So we will may have to take a quick break just to work on that issue. So I had talked about the 6 categories earlier, and in addition to the 6 categories that the athletes choose their postures across, there are also 3 characteristics that need to be seen at least 2 times each across the course of the routine. And those characteristics are flexibility, balance, and strength. And they need to each be demonstrated 2 times. And here are Mrethi's scores. She's representing Nebraska, and these are all in the 7s, which are very good scores, with no timing deductions. So I had speculated, like, she got through that pretty quickly. Are we going to see a timing deduction? But there are no timing deductions. So that just means, like I said, she's very efficient. So the 3 characteristics are strength, balance, and flexibility. So some postures actually check all 3 boxes. So if you do 2 of those postures, you're good for the whole routine. And flexibility, so many postures hit flexibility that's not usually a problem in getting that twice across your 6 postures. But sometimes with strength and balance, we do see a problem where it only shows up once for the athlete, and that results in a 1-point deduction off of their overall score. So that is that is something you want to avoid as an athlete. But sometimes if you're still putting together your routine and maybe a little bit newer in your practice, or maybe there's another reason why one of the characteristics is something you cannot yet achieve, then you take that deduction and you do your best on that posture that you did select to get as best as good a score as possible. The category rule is something that did change this coming into this season. So there used to be a 1-point deduction if you did not perform a category, which would mean you would double up and do 2 postures from a category and skip another category. That it's for years has been a 1-point deduction, and a lot of people would take the deduction and try to make up for it by doing, let's say, a more advanced posture in a category that they're more comfortable with. But starting with this season, that's now a 3-point deduction if you skip a category. So there'll be a lot less of that because it's very hard to make up 3 points, where making up 1 point is a little bit easier. Okay. Do we have an update on where we are with the tech issue with people rejoining?
So I just got a few messages about people not being able to get in because the host logged out. So I've just logged back in as USA Yoga. So if anybody's having trouble logging on, try again now.
It looks like Anya was able to rejoin, so we can move on to her if she's able to get camera on and everything, and then take it from there for other athletes being able to rejoin as well.
Okay, good plan. So let's go ahead and spotlight Anya because the judges are ready for the next athlete. It looks like that will be Anya.
Just give us 1 second here. We were trying to get in, so we got to get her back
Okay, yep. Please take your
out of her
time.
hoodie.
Okay.
Okay, and it's a different phone, so are we still, let's just do a make sure you can see her feet.
Yeah. let's spotlight her so we can get a better look. Just give us 1 second to change. There it is.
Okay.
Can you pull back a little bit? It's a little bit too close, so we're not seeing any space in front of the mat. And when her hands were up, she was cut off. That's probably okay. Are the judges okay with that? And then like let's get that camera set and still moving around a lot.
Yes, we're okay, but the camera has to stop moving.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm trying to make it so you can see her feet because she's doing Archer. Okay, I'll turn the,
It actually it looks good right now.
okay, we'll leave it there.
Okay. Yeah, leave it there. Anya, don't come any more forward on your mat though. Your foot was still in frame, but if you were to like do your archer sitting at the very front edge of your mat, then that would be you'd probably be off a frame. So like just do it like you just did and everything will be fine. Okay, so we are ready for Anya. Go ahead and take your bow. And start, please.
Squeeze, 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 squeeze.
Thank you, Anya.
Good job. Oh, Alfie, you're so noisy, dog.
That was a noisy dog, but it was very cute. So we'll wait to get a time for Anya.
Yeah. 2 minutes, 13 seconds.
Okay, 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Another one coming in a little bit on the low side. So good job there on the archer, Anya. You were right on the right spot of your mat for us to see everything. Archer is kind of a weird pose in that it comes off the mat and towards the front. And I don't think we've seen that many archers yet today. Also, I think you did standing bow, and we haven't seen a lot of those yet today, which is very unusual. It's pretty popular posture that we tend to see a lot. The other thing I'll say about Archer is it's one of those where people can get turned around and face the wrong way. And Anya did it correctly, but sometimes we see people face the wrong way, and then when they pull back, instead of seeing their chest, you end up seeing their back. And that is one of the things that results in a 1-point deduction for facing in the wrong direction. There are some other specific skills that have specific deductions like that, but facing the wrong direction overall across many postures is a 1-point deduction. Spine twist is another place to watch out for that. Make sure that when you do your spine twist, we're seeing your chest and you're not turning the other way, and that we're seeing your back. You will get a 1-point deduction for that off of your execution score. And it's important when you're practicing your routine to choreograph it so that you don't get confused. It's very easy, especially when you're learning a routine, to get turned around, or you're doing it in a place that's different than where you usually practice it, and you just lose your visual cue and you end up facing the wrong way. And that it's a shame to lose a point for something like that where we know you can face the right way. So we are working on getting some of the people back into the meeting that are having the issue with rejoining the meeting. So I'm not sure yet who our next athlete will be. The judges are ready. We also, I think, still need to see the scores for Anya. So we'll wait for those to go up when we're ready to do that. And then we'll have to determine who we have for this girls 15 to 17 group that can get back in. I think we have 2 left, if I'm not mistaken, Shreya and Ananya. And if we can't get them in now, we'll have to get them in later, and then we'll see if we're ready to move to our next group. So here is Anya Mahesh representing the state of Washington. Nice job. We see the example of the timing deductions on the first 2 postures. So that means she held it for 4 seconds, but not 5 seconds, which is a smaller deduction than holding it for 3 seconds, let's say, or not holding it at all, you would get a 0. So she did lose 0.5. She would have had a 7 and a 6.8 on those first 2 scores had she held it for another second.
Is it working? Crystal, can it pull it up on Zoom?
Yeah.
Well, now we're gonna have to do another.
All right, so I'm going to wait to get direction on what we're going to do for the next group of athletes. And also, if it's possible, if we can go back to the first couple athletes and show their scores, that might be another thing to do now, if possible. If not, then we can do that later.
I'll work on that. I'm also working on the settings of Zoom. People might be able to get back in now.
Okay,
But I'll
Well-
go back to those original scores as well.
great. Yeah, when it's convenient, Glenn, thank you. So it looks like we have Ananya in as a participant, and we just need to promote her to panelist. And while we do
Yeah,
that,
there's
I
a
think
device.
Ananya, you are going to be next because it looks like we have you.
Ananya may be on a device that isn't named for her. If she could go ahead and raise her hand as an attendee, we'll be able to see her. Thank you.
Okay.
Here's the first athlete.
Great. Okay, so this is going back to our boys group, Arav Kota. Those are very good scores. So good job, Arav. If you're still out there, grab a screenshot of that, put it on your social media. I don't know if you want, I think there was one other person that we didn't show the scores for. Maybe
Yes.
Radhika Agarwal. So the athletes we're looking for are Ananya Kumar representing Massachusetts and Shreya Sathian Arayanan representing Georgia.
And Ananya is on. She is just getting her camera situated.
Excellent. So Ananya Kumar, who was good to be second, will be next of the 5 in this group, and then we'll still have Shreya to find to round out this group.
Ananya, you will have to change your camera. Right now it's vertical and we're seeing you at the wrong angle.
Okay, and here's Radhika's scores. A couple timing deductions there. So my advice to athletes, and one thing I do when I'm working on my routine is don't just count to 5 because you most likely counting a little faster, especially when you're competing and maybe you're a little bit nervous and there's some adrenaline there. Count to 10, and that way you can clean up those timing deductions. One of the reasons can just be that the way you were counting in your head. Now, sometimes when you just can't hold the posture anymore, that happens too, and you step out, and it's like, oh, it wasn't quite 5 seconds, but it was because you had to step out of the posture if it was a balance issue. That's a little bit different. But for a lot of the timing deductions that I see, I think the athlete could have held the posture longer. It's just a matter of them, practicing it that way and planning for that extra time.
I believe the settings have been corrected due to what Clara sent me. So hopefully everybody can rejoin now. The settings have been saved.
Okay, excellent. So we'll hopefully see some people coming back in, but we do have Anya if we're ready to spotlight her.
Okay, is that the right camera angle?
That's quite perfect, Ananya. Thank you so much.
Okay, awesome.
You're great. Thank you.
Okay, you can take a bow when you're ready. And start, please. Okay, thank you, Ananya. We're just waiting for her time.
Two minutes, 39 seconds.
2 minutes, 39 seconds. Good job, Ananya. That's like the average time that my routines come in at. I like that number. Okay, we are going to get Ananya scores up soon. It looks like we have resolved the issue with people being able to rejoin. Sorry about that. The problem was when we remove someone from the meeting, it thinks you removed them because you wanted them out. And there was a setting where we have to allow people to rejoin on the same device. So we're going to be looking for Shreya, but if she is not out there and is still not back in, then we will give her a chance later on in the day. And then the men 65 plus will be the next group up. So Joe and Michael, you should be getting ready because you might be going a little bit sooner if we don't find Shreya. And here are Ananya scores. So representing Massachusetts, we see some very good scores there. Way to go, New England. I'm about to become a New Englander myself, moving up to Maine in the next year or two. So way to represent Ananya. So solid scores there, no timing deductions. And like I described earlier, we'll be taking those execution scores, multiplying them by the difficulty scores, and a couple of her postures were pretty high on the difficulty scale, and that's what results in the overall score. Okay, I think we're trying to get Shreya in. Okay, so Shreya, we're gonna give her another minute. And then we are going to take a quick break to give the judges a chance to take a break, grab a refreshment. So we're just going to hang in there for another minute or so, try to get Shreya there, have one more athlete, then take maybe a 10-minute break at the most. And then our next group will be men 65 plus. We have 2 athletes in that group, Joe Elliott and Michael Rosa, representing Florida and New Hampshire, respectively. So another New Englander coming
Shreya
up
is
soon.
here. She is
Shreya.
on
Okay.
Bindu's iPhone. She came up under the question and answer.
Excellent. Okay, so we are going to find if it's Shreya, and spotlight her.
Okay. Does that look good? I think.
Yeah, just let us spotlight you so we can see it full screen. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's blurry.
It's very blurry, yes.
How do I fix that?
That's in your settings for your background.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want to have no background.
I don't think I turned it on in the first place, but I don't know how that
So-
got there.
Shreya, go to your video setting
Okay.
and
Okay.
you want to tap that and then you want to uncheck blur my background.
Okay.
Oh, background.
Okay.
Yes,
Is that better?
much better.
All right. I think that is the way. All right. Can they
you-
see my mat?
You're gonna have to pull the camera back though. You're too close to your mat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see my mat now?
We can see your mat, but we need a little more floor between your mat and the camera.
How about now?
Good, but now if you could angle it back to the right a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, that's getting really close. Now go stand on your mat for us. Oh, go back.
Does that work?
That's a little bit more if you could. A little bit more to the right. Yep, yep.
Is that
And now
okay?
yes, now go stand on your mat and raise your hand. And raise your hands over your head. I think that's going to work. Are you doing Archer in your routine?
Yes.
You are. Okay. Sit down and show us, just like don't do Archer, but just sit down as if you're doing it and put your foot out. Okay,
Sure.
don't come any more forward though. Where you
Okay.
are now is fine, but don't come any more forward. You can even sit a little further into your mat. Yeah, that'll be perfect. All right. Are we okay, judges?
Can you tilt your camera a little bit more to her left?
Like that?
Or that's what
No, the other way. The other way.
the way. A little bit more.
A little
That's-
bit more of a tilt.
Okay. I
Does
guess.
that work?
No, the other way.
Which way?
Not the way you just went. Go back the
Okay.
other way.
Okay.
There
Yes.
you go. Yes.
All right.
I think that's going to work.
Okay, says okay, good.
All right.
It looks beautiful. All right. Thank you. So, Shreya, go ahead and take a bow. And start, please. Thank you, Shreya. Nice routine.
Thank you.
Two minutes, 44 seconds.
Okay, great. 2 minutes, 44 seconds. And that does end our girls group 15 to 17. We are going to allow for a little break now. So in about, let's say 10 minutes, we will start the men 65 plus group. So Joe, Elliott, and Michael Rosa, you will be up next. Joe first and then Michael. So I think we have them all set and ready to go when we come back. We will wait for Shreya's scores and talk about that a little bit. And another reminder is, and we realize we had the technical issue, so some people had to rejoin on another device. But if possible, please put your name so we can tell just by looking at you who you are, the name of the athlete on the device. The other thing, and this didn't just happen with the previous athlete, but it's very important that there's no speaking from anybody else in the room that's observing the athlete as they go, because there is a very specific rule against coaching. So you shouldn't be like counting for them or giving them any advice or even anything encouragement like, yes, that was good. That there has to be absolutely no speaking during the athlete's routine. And the scores were up there briefly. Can we put them back up? And that was the country of Georgia flag, which is really funny. I did notice that because I actually recognize that flag. So I think we meant to get the state of Georgia flag, and I guess it was a Google error. So Shreya, if you ever move to the country of Georgia, the former Soviet Republic of Georgia, that's what your flag's going to look like. But we're pretty sure she lives here in the U.S. part of Georgia. So we see that 2.8 there. That's probably a second try. And then on the first posture, the posture wasn't achieved. I don't remember what the first posture was, but if it wasn't held long enough, at least 3 seconds, or if the minimum expression of the posture wasn't achieved, then those are some of the reasons that you will get a 0 for a posture. Okay. So we got to learn a little bit about international flags today. And thank you,
I was
Shreya.
curious
Thank you.
about that.
Thank you for your patience with the technical issues, but that does wrap up the girls 15 to 17 group. So we'll be back in just about 5 more minutes now while we give the judges a little break. Let me go ahead and while they're breaking, hopefully most of them are there to hear this. Let's thank the judges. So we have quite a few people doing the various shifts today. Cynthia Ware, Catherine Richmond, Robin Brace, Sharon Lacey, Aaron Paulson, Libby Walunas, Judy Liu, Jalinda Hackett. I think we also have Lynn Whitlow out there helping for the day. So we can't do any of this without the judges. Obviously, we can't do any of this without a lot of us. We need athletes, we need coaches, we need families offering their support. We need our staff that helps pull these things off. The event coordination crew. Oh, and here's our judges. Great. Sintra. I left off Sintra. Sintra's out there too. So we try to use a lot of judges at events, and especially an event like this weekend where we have 90 athletes. That's like a nationals. And it's good to have even though any one event will only be judged by 3 to 5 of these people, you want to give breaks, and it's a long day. That's why I'm getting relieved soon by Vahid, because it is a long day to get through. So we have a lot of a lot of different judges to take shifts. All right. Couple of other things I already mentioned, the new rule for missing category, and that's now a -3. And I don't think we've seen that yet today. But another thing that changed going into this season is that we are now doing new age groups. So this one about to come up is a good example. We've always had 50 and above, and now it's 50 to 64, and then 65 and above. And that's both on the men's side and the women's side. So this is the first year that we have that group for 65 plus. The other difference for the age categories is that big one in the middle, 18 to 49, is now split up. So it's 18 to 34 and then 35 to 49. So more categories, which means more champions moving forward. Okay, and I believe the judges are ready. Looks like we're ready. And let's go ahead and spotlight Joe Elliott, our first competitor. We're now moving to men 65 plus, that new category is just talking about. Let's give Joe a moment to come back from break. Take your time, Joe. There's no rush.
We are now unmuted.
Okay, great. All right, go ahead and take a bow, Joe. And begin, please. Okay, thank you, Joe. Great routine. Okay, we are going to wait for the judges to be ready to go to Michael next.
Okay. 2 minutes, 36 seconds.
Thank you. 2 minutes, 36 seconds. So as we've been seeing, the athletes are all doing different postures, which means they can choose their own routine. The athlete is deciding which postures they think best represent their skills and will allow them to get the most difficulty points, but also the highest execution scores, because we know that it's going to be a combination of those two things that are going to lead to the highest possible score. So we're now seeing Joe's scores. Good job, Joe. Okay, can I just get a confirmation that we're ready for Michael? So I see Michael out there. Are the judges ready? Go ahead and spotlight Michael just so we can see him. Okay, and can I just get a confirmation from the judges that you are ready for Michael Rosa? Okay. So please welcome, representing New Hampshire, our current world champion for men's 50 plus, Michael Rosa. Go ahead and give us a bow, Michael. And start, please.
Time.
Thank you, Michael. So we'll get the time for his routine in a moment.
3 minutes, 2 seconds.
3 minutes, 2 seconds. So just barely over that 3-minute mark. As you heard, time was called during the routine, which is something we do when you hit that 3-minute mark. We want the athlete to be aware. They should finish and come out of the posture, and depending on how far, like I described earlier, how far over they go, and then they completed the posture and just were on the way out of it, it's going to be a lot less of a deduction than if they were still getting into the posture when time was called. So it is important that the athlete's aware that time has been called. Sometimes you can hurry it up, sometimes you can't, but that is just one of the protocols that we follow. So Michael, as I said, is our reigning world champion for men 50 plus. There will be another world championships in April this year. And we know that these are the qualifiers that are leading up to the national championship. We talked about that at the beginning. But then the national and all of the countries that have a yoga federation, the nationals is what qualifies athletes to attend the IYSF International Championships, which are typically done every other year. So the people who won in a medal in 2023 and 2024 in each of the categories were invited to represent the US at this upcoming international championship, which will be held in Malaysia. Okay, so Michael was the second of the two athletes in men's 65 plus, and here are his scores. We are going to take another quick break after this before we go to women's 65 plus. Michael did do a couple of different postures that we haven't seen yet. So at the end, he did crane as his lift, and that is a very difficult posture that he's actually very well known for. And it's an 8-point posture. He got a very high score on that, 8.3. So that ends up being worth quite a few points. He also did as his traction standing split. I don't think we've seen one of those yet. So these scores that you see will be multiplied by the difficulty factor for each of the various postures, and that will result in a final score. I also mentioned that we will not be posting at the end of the day, or sometimes we post throughout the course of a competition, the leaderboards and everybody's score sheet, because we have another batch of people coming in most of the categories tomorrow as well. So we will wait until that takes place, and then the judges will check everything, put it all together for the 2 days, and then by Monday the 13th, we will be posting those final results for this weekend competition. Okay, so the judges are taking a break before we move into the next group, which is women 65 plus. And I believe we have Kyle and Lisa. So you're gonna have a little time, so don't get too ready yet. But Kyle and Lisa are all checked in and ready. I think we're still looking for Lisanne. So if Lisanne is out there, please make yourself known so we can make sure that you are ready to be spotlighted when it is your turn. You will be third up in this category. And if we don't have Lisanne, then hopefully she's trying to get back in. Okay, looks like she's with Lisa Lawrence. Okay. So we have all three of our athletes for the next group, but we are going to wait a few more minutes. After we see the women 65 plus, we are then going to transition to the men 50 to 64, which is the group that I compete in, just not today. We'll have 3 gentlemen in that group. And then our largest group so far will be women 50 to 64. That will be coming up after the men 50 to 64. Then we'll get into some even bigger groups when we get to the other adult categories. So I was talking before how each athlete gets to choose their routine. They also choose the order of their routine, and that's very important as well. You want to decide what is the posture you want to start with, maybe to get yourself going, get yourself warmed up. Maybe not start with a very difficult balancing posture if you just need to get your rhythm going first. Then some people don't want to put a very difficult posture at the very end because you might be starting to get tired, and stamina could be an issue. So we see different strategies when it comes to organizing your routine. You also want to think about things like not getting up and then getting back down for a floor posture and then getting back up for a standing posture. So it's very interesting, at least to me, to see how people put together their routines and how you tweak that over time just to try to get a routine that has a nice flow to it and makes sense. And then also this comes into the timing. If a routine is getting up and down and the postures aren't really connecting very well, you could really see yourself chewing up that clock. And as we've seen, we've had a couple people, Michael was just 3:02, which is very close to the perfect time. We had that one athlete from one of the younger groups who came in right at 3, and that choreography is a part of that also. And when you have a posture, as Michael did, that takes a decent amount of setup time. He did Tiger. Tiger is one of those that takes a little while to get into and get it set up, and then also to come out of. That's where we see certain postures really leading to longer overall routine times. Okay, we're not quite ready to move into the next group, but when we are going to have Sharon as our time judge. So let's make sure that Sharon's mic is unmuted, that she's allowed to jump in there with the time. And then also, Glenn, if you want to put up our sponsors, it's probably a good time to do a shout out to our sponsors. Here we go. Okay, so we have several sponsors, but some of them you can see here are like Shakti and Yoga Factory, Lace by Laju, and Of the Saints. So we really appreciate our sponsors. They're another factor that makes this all possible. And please check out their products, their services, and let's support our sponsors as they support us. Oh, there's some more. So we've got Blaze Yoga Lancaster, Superior, and Radiant L. Radiant L, I think, has been with us. A lot of these people have been with us for a while, but I think at every in-person competition that I've done, Radiant L's been there. I'm always picking up new yoga shorts from them. So a fan of Radiant L. Okay, we're probably going to take a few more minutes before we're ready to start our next group. And have we been able to unmute Sharon so that she can call out time? Do we want to test that before we get started?
Hey, Tim Miserak, it looks like Lisa Pave has asked to be included in the 65 plus category. So I believe she under registration is not in the 65 plus group. So this is a question for the judges and how we would like to handle that. But just did want to, oh, already approved. Okay, so Lisa has just messaged us about this. Okay, so this was an error on our side when we were making up the list. So it looks like Lisa Pave should be going in 65 plus, and we'll allow the MC and judges to determine the order there. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have 4 people, as you just heard, in women 65 plus. I'm pretty sure we're still starting with Kyle based on, it seems like we're going alphabetical by last name this time. So I'll let the judges advise me as to when Lisa Pafe will be going, probably third, but stay tuned. And Glenn, can you confirm that we're going to allow Sharon Lacey to unmute when she's ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so we're ready. I'm gonna.
That request was sent.
Libby's 2, Judy's 3.
Okay.
Yolanda's time judge. 3
Great.
minutes time.
All right, just want to make sure her mic's ready so she can come in with the time at the end. Okay, and Erin, you guys are ready to go with the women 65 plus?
Okay. We're ready.
You're ready. Okay, great. All right, let's go ahead and spotlight our first athlete representing the state of Kentucky, Kyle Citronell. Okay, we can see her. Go ahead and give us a bow. And start, please. Thank you, Kyle. Great job. We'll get your time in a moment.
Yes.
Okay, while we're waiting for the time to come in, we did see that Kyle did some postures that we've seen a lot of today, like shoulder stand. One of the important things with really all of these postures is it's not just what you do when you're actually holding the final expression, but in this case, and when she did shoulder stand, there's a lot of entry and exit that's also important. So that in and that out on how you achieve the posture and then how you come out of it with control is part of the score. And Kyle, I noticed, did that very well. Very straight legs, going back into plow pose, which is part of the setup for shoulder stand. So
Time is 3 minutes, Tim.
3 minutes. Okay. Thank you. So 3 minutes on the clock, another perfect 3 minutes. Doing really well with time today. And here are Kyle's scores. So our next athlete, when the judges are ready, will be Lisa Lawrence from California. We can get Lisa on deck. One posture that Kyle did that we haven't seen a lot of, if at all, today for the spine twist was something called wide angle. So it's a more difficult spine twist. I think I mentioned that there's not a lot of spine twists that you see, that not a lot of spine twists to pick from. So you tend to see the same one all the time. You don't see a lot of different ones, but we got to see what a wide angle spine twist looks like. A little bit tougher, but fairly rare. So Lisa, I'm waiting for the judges. Okay, so you might have another minute to stand there and look great. And we are in the women's 65 plus group. And Lisa is the second of our 4 athletes in this group. Okay, just waiting for the okay from the judges, and then we'll get started again.
We are ready, Tim.
Okay, great. They are ready. So Lisa, go ahead and take a bow when you are ready. And begin, please. Thank you, Lisa. Great routine. We're just waiting for Lisa's time. Our next athlete will be Lisa Pafe. So
Time is 2:34.
2:34. Thank you. So Lisa Pafe, you should be getting ready, and we'll be spotlighting you soon, but not quite yet. And then after Lisa Pafe, we'll move to Lisanne Schaefer. So there was another different spine twist there that Lisa just did, which was very nice to see. So as we know, we're in our qualifying season right now. This is the second of the 4 qualifiers, the only virtual one, this weekend being the only virtual one. And we have 2 more qualifiers coming up, one in March in California, the last one May in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, which is not far from Boston, Massachusetts. And this all qualifies athletes to attend the national event, national championships, which will be August 1st to 3rd in State College, Pennsylvania. We know right between all these things will be the IYSF International event, which takes place in Malaysia this year. That's typically an every other year event. And many of our athletes who came up through the qualifiers into the nationals are now able to go and represent the United States at the IYSF championship. Okay, we're going to wait for Lisa Lawrence's scores before we go ahead and spotlight Lisa Pafe. Okay, and representing California, here's Lisa Lawrence, and here are her scores, all the way up to an 8 on her last posture, which is very, very good to see. I was talking before a little bit about choreography, and I think Lisa's an example of a program that's very well put together. It just has a really nice flow to it. So nice to see that from many of our athletes today. Okay, and the judges are ready for our next athlete. So please spotlight Lisa Pafe. And there she is. It might just be me, but I think your mat might be a little bit close to the camera. Can I get a ruling from the judges? Is that, yeah, you might want to pull back a little bit. And are you doing Archer, Lisa? Are you doing Archer?
Yeah.
You're not. Okay. All right. It's a little crooked now. If we can kind of pull, not the mat, the camera. The camera needs to kind of shift a little. Oh, that's a little better. Judges, can we get a ruling? Does this look okay? That's even better. Are we going to be good?
Looks good here.
Looks good. Okay. All right. We're ready for you to take a bow, Lisa. And start, please. Thank you, Lisa. Great routine. Okay, we'll get Lisa's. Go ahead. All right, I think Lisa's time will be ready momentarily. So that was 2 Lisas in a row, if I'm not mistaken, that did upward stretch as their traction posture. Both done very well. Another less common posture involves a lot of balance as well, a little bit more of a high risk posture, but they both did it very, very well. So it looks like the time for that was 2 minutes and 19 seconds. 2 minutes, 19 seconds. The upward stretch posture is a 7 on the difficulty scale, so a little bit more difficult than some of the tractions you see. But we know there's also 8s, 9s, and 10s out there. So I don't know if there's a 10 on the traction, but there are ways to get even more points out of the difficulty side of the score. So here are Lisa's scores representing Florida. We had just 1 timing deduction on that first posture, but very good scores overall. That timing deduction, that one is for being between 4 and 5 seconds, and that 0.5 comes off of the execution score. So then that 6.8 will be multiplied by the difficulty rating for that initial posture. I don't remember what it was, but that would have been a 7.3 if it wasn't for that deduction. Okay, and the judges are ready for our final competitor in the women 65 plus group, representing the state of California, Lisanne Schaefer. Let's go ahead and spotlight Lisanne. And there she is. Go ahead and take a bow. And begin, please. Okay, thank you, Lisanne. Nice job. So I just said that we don't see a whole lot of upward stretches, but we just saw 3 in a row. It's very nice. So that is our final competitor in the women's 65 plus group. We're going to wait for Lisanne's time and also her scores. And then our next group up will be men 50 to 64. However, 2 of our 3 competitors in that group do seem like they're having trouble getting back in. So we'll need to figure out what we're going to do there soon.
2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, and Lisanne came in at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Really good time to come in at. You have a little room there if you need it. And you also spend a lot of time on the mat, so that's great. Okay, since we are moving to a new category now, I think we're just going to take a couple of minutes. But if anybody has an update on Gavin and Michael Danzig's issue, please let me know. And then also, we still have to wait for Lisanne's scores. Yeah, so we just have Mike and I for this next group. We do need the other 2 competitors, and it looks like they're having trouble getting in.
Tim, you can hear me, right? I'm good. Audio.
Is that Mike?
Yeah, Mike Nee. You can hear
Yeah,
me, right?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, we're not gonna be ready for you probably for a couple of minutes. But we are gonna have to figure out what we're doing about the other athletes in your group. So just hang in there for us a little bit. Okay, here come Lisanne's scores. So on the 5th posture, we do see that timing deduction. That would have been a little bit higher. I don't remember which one it was, but upward stretching was in there. We know that that's a difficult posture. All right, good job, Lisanne. All right, is there any update from Glenn or anyone else on the team as to what we're going to do next regarding this next category?
I would say we just need to keep moving forward, and then when people can get back in, we'll have to fit them in.
Okay. So I think for this next group, when the judges are ready, we just have Mike Nee. So Mike, you might be next. Mike Nee, you might be next. Judges are not yet ready, so we are going to hang in there a little bit longer.
Glenn, can you take the score down? The score is not final yet.
Okay, we'll put those scores back up when they're final. So let me go ahead and thank some of our staff today. We have Glenn and Clara and Judy, Tiffany and Jennifer all helping with doing some of the spotlighting duties and the technical stuff. I'll be taking us through the next two groups and then be turning it over to Wahid to take you through the, I guess the younger adult categories is what we'll call it. Now there'll be four of those. But that's obviously where we have a good portion of our athletes. It is nice to see, though, that the 65 plus group was well represented, 4 on the women's side, 2 on the men's side, and then we have pretty healthy groups for these last two groups that I'll be taking you through, the 50 to 64 groups for on both the men and the women's side. Okay, I think the scores are going to come back up for Lisanne. Okay, here we go. They were not final before, so I believe these are now final. Of course, what we post on Monday will be the final. So if we did post anything a little bit too early today or tomorrow, then we apologize for that. But what you see in the grid on Monday will be the final scores. In previous virtual competitions, we didn't do this. We didn't give the scores right after, but we think it's a nice touch that people get to see immediately following their routine how they did on the execution scores. Now they'll know what each one of these postures was. It's like I remember a few of them, but I can't remember the 6 postures in order. So, but the athlete knows, so they'll have that immediate feedback to know how they did, if they had any timing deductions, and so on. Okay, the judges are now ready to move to our next group. We are going to have to start with Mike Nee, who would have been third. So let's go ahead and spotlight Mike. And then if we can get Michael Danzig and Gavin Hudgens back into the Zoom, then we will go to them next. Otherwise, we will have to move forward with the next group. So Mike Nee, when you're ready, go ahead and take your time and take a bow on your mat when you are ready. Start, please. Thank you, Mike. Great job. Okay, we'll work on getting Mike's time and his scores, and then we will determine where we go next soon. So I think we just saw our first finger stand of the day, and the time comes in at 2:29. Good job, Mike. So Mike did a finger stand, which is in the lift category. It's a 7-point posture. We tend to see a good number of those, but I think that was our first one that we actually saw at this competition so far. Thought he did that really well. What I find difficult about that one is to how it got its name. You have to do it on your fingertips. And, it's one thing to hold that L-sit position, which requires a lot of core strength and is hard enough. But then for the lifting part, to actually do it on your fingertips, really, really adds to the difficulty of it. So, so that's why that's a more difficult posture, and good job, Mike, doing that posture for us today.
All right, Tim, that's 2:29.
2:29, got it. Yep, thank you. Another posture that Mike did, this would be in the back bend category, was standing bow. And you do see a lot of standing bows. Today it's been a little bit light on the standing bows, but we got to see another standing bow from Mike. So here are Mike's scores. Good job with these scores, Mike. They all look good. Okay, so the judges are ready to move forward, but I do not believe we've resolved the issue with the other two gentlemen in this category. So can I get confirmation that we're going to move into women 50 to 64?
I have no progress reports either. We should definitely move forward.
Okay, so we are going to circle back to Gavin and Michael Danzig when we can get them back into the Zoom. But for now, we're going to move to our next category, and that is women 50 to 64. So I do not believe we have Maggie Anderson checked in, so I think we are actually going to start with Melinda Bobish. So let's go ahead. There I see her waving, so we can find her. Oh, wait, I'm being told that maybe Maggie is available. Do we have Maggie? Oh, no Maggie. So Maggie canceled. I get it now. All right, so Melinda, sorry about that. It is you. So let's go back and spotlight Melinda. Yeah, it's going to be you, Melinda. You're up next. Yeah, so
Okay, thank you. I
yeah.
just unmuted myself.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. Thank you for doing that too. Okay, so go ahead and take a bow. And start, please. Thank you, Melinda. And Melinda's representing the state of Pennsylvania, so we're coming to you for nationals in August. Expect to see you there.
Thank you.
And Melinda came in at 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So good routine. Melinda showed us a side angle as her traction pose. That is a 7-point posture. We should probably see a few more of those later on today. I find that to be a very difficult posture to do. I also think it's very, very impressive to look at. So very nice to see one of those today.
Amy Brothers is here, but the chat is locked.
Okay, great. So we have Amy Brothers. Is the name on the window Amy? Or is it somebody else?
They instructed us to put all 4 of our competitors together
In the order.
in the order.
I see. Okay. All right, we'll wait for the score from Melinda and then Amy will be next. We just need to find which participant we're spotlighting.
What is the name of the group that Amy's included in?
The display name is Amy Brothers and 3 other names.
Yeah, maybe
All right.
the problem
Maybe it's a
Jennifer
different
is seeing is-
name.
Yeah, I don't see that either.
Do you say Enid Haggerty?
That would, let me check there.
I see Enid
Yes.
Haggerty.
Yes.
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 Okay, so for whatever reason, the name didn't update because we had to switch over to cell phone and it was a little bit difficult because of the crash.
Okay.
You want to attempt one more time to update the name?
No. If you're under Enid Haggerty, then I think we know where we're going next.
I can change it. What's the name we're going with now?
Amy Brothers is our next athlete.
It's under Amy Brothers now.
Thanks, Glenn.
Oh, look at you.
We'll need your assistance with the rest of the athletes apparently as well.
I'm here all day.
Okay, so we're just going to wait for Melinda's scores and then Amy's on deck. And then after Amy, we have Susanna Everland representing Washington. So those will be the next 2 athletes up. Looks like we're going to get some scores. All right, so Melinda, here's your scores. Very good job. We got some scores up there in the 8s. Okay, and our judges are ready to move to our next athlete. So let's go ahead and spotlight Amy Brothers representing Michigan. And I think you do need to turn your camera on there, Michigan team.
Okay. Start. Is it out?
Yeah. Wrong way.
We gotta do
Yep, we see you now.
All right, we just have to flip it.
Yep. Unless you want to do the routine. There we go. That looks good. Okay, you can give us a bow when you're ready, Amy. And start, please.
Time.
Okay, thank you, Amy. So we did hear time called at the very end of her routine. So we know she's going to come in at 3 minutes and probably 4 or 5 seconds, something like that. We'll know soon. And then we'll see if that if she had enough time in that last posture. I think maybe she did to get a score. So that was 3 minutes and 5 seconds, so just a little bit over the time limit. Okay, so we'll wait for Amy's scores, and just to make sure we know who's coming up next, we have Susanna from Washington. I think we know where she is. And then can the Michigan crew just confirm that Donna Farella and Enid and Nicole are all together there in that room?
Everyone is present.
Okay, great. Just making sure it's the same that I'm not assuming all the Michigan people are right there with you. So, okay, so we will have those 3 people in this same participant window when their time comes. Looks like Glenn's already got Donna Farella's name in there, so we don't get confused. We'll be looking for Donna Fox soon as well, and if we could just know where Donna Fox is. Okay, so Donna Fox. Oh, Joe Elliott is Donna Fox. Perfect. All right, I think we're going to get Amy's scores back up there in a moment. And then we'll move on to our next athlete in this group.
Just making.
Okay, and here are Amy's scores. Nice job, Amy. Okay, on deck is Susanna Everland. So judges aren't quite ready yet, so you still have a few moments there, Susanna, but I see her out there, so we'll spotlight her shortly. And then we'll let you know when we're ready to go. I think Amy's scores are still in progress, so we might be posting those back up in a moment. All right, so when the judges are ready, we're going to repost Amy's scores. Those weren't final that you saw, and then we're going to go to Susanna. So Susanna, you probably have a couple more minutes. After Susanna, we're going to go back to Michigan for Donna Farella. And then another Donna right after that. Lots of Donnas today. Okay, I believe these are the final scores for Amy. Even better. Okay, as soon as I hear from the judges, we will go to Susanna. I think these scores are now final, so we can probably go ahead and get her spotlighted and then just wait. And the judges are ready, so let's get Susanna spotlighted. You look good. Give us a bow when you're ready. And start, please.
Time.
Thank you, Susanna. Great job. So we'll get Susanna's time in a moment. We know it's going to be over 3 minutes because, as I've described before, the timekeeper will call out time to make the athlete aware during the routine if they do reach that 3-minute mark. So that came in at 3 minutes and 8 seconds. 3 minutes and 8 seconds. So I spoke earlier about one of the other athletes who had really nice choreography and flow to their program. I think Susanna does a really good job with that as well. You could see how each of the posture connected to another. She pays attention to those connections, which are really good. And also good job on the crow. I really liked your crow today. You held it and it looked really good. Okay, we are going to wait for Susanna's scores, and our next athlete, just for you to be ready, is back to Michigan for Donna Farella. So after the scores and after the judges are ready, we'll go ahead and spotlight Donna in Michigan. Okay, and here are those scores. So as we heard, she did reach time on the last posture, but fortunately she was in that posture long enough that she did achieve a score. So that is very important when you get really close to that 3-minute clock on your last posture. Okay, and it's nice to see an 8 in there as well. Very, very nice job, Susanna. And I didn't get to see the dog again, though. I was looking for the dog. Okay, the judges are telling me they're ready, so that means we should be spotlighting Donna Farella. We need you to come on camera, so turn your video on, and we're gonna get another look at one of our Michigan athletes today. Okay, we can see you, and you can go ahead and take a bow. And start, please.
Okay, I'm done.
-2 for Paul.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Good job. So we'll wait for Donna's time is 2:42, so we don't have to wait. Coming in at 2 minutes, 42 seconds. And we'll wait for her scores, but we have another Donna coming up next, and that will be Donna Fox from Florida. Already see the names changed on the participant window. It's probably going to be about 2 minutes, Donna Fox. So stand by. And then on deck after Donna Fox, we'll be back to Michigan for Enid Haggerty. So one of the rules I haven't explained yet today is something called extra skill. And most postures, I think most postures do not have an extra skill option. Yeah. But a handful of them do. And what that allows you to do is add something more difficult to the posture description and get, it could be +5, +1, +2, and I think there's even a +3 out there to add it to your execution score. So sometimes when you see a very high score, I think we had the highest score we've seen so far today is 9.3. I would have to look back, but I don't know if that's coming from the extra skill. But very often when you see anything above 9.5, you have to guess that there has to be some extra skill involved there to be able to achieve a score that high. Because just to get an outright 10 is very rare. At this last year's nationals, we had an athlete score an 11, and I think on the second day she scored over 11, like 11.2 or something, and that was because of a 2-point extra skill on the full wheel pose. So when you see those super high scores, you probably have some extra skill to thank for it. Okay, and here are the scores for Donna Farella. So some nice high scores there. That second posture is probably a second try. So that's most likely the reason to see that score below 5.
We're live now.
Okay, we're just going to wait another moment for the judges to be ready. But we are going to Donna Fox next. So I think we can go ahead and start getting her spotlighted. Okay, and just hang tight, Donna. I'll let you know when the judges are ready.
Who has the last scores?
Okay, we are going to go back and repost Donna Farella's scores. Those were not complete yet. Okay, so it looks like there was a change there on that second posture. Okay, we'll keep moving when the judges are ready, and it will be Donna Fox next. On deck is Enid Haggerty in Michigan. Okay, looks like we're ready. So let's go ahead and highlight Donna Fox. Okay, you can go ahead and give us a bow. And begin, please. Okay, thank you, Donna. Very nice routine. I'll have your time in a moment. Our next athlete will be Enid Haggerty when we're ready to go to Enid. So Donna's time was 2 minutes and 42 seconds. We'll get her scores ready and posted soon. And then after that, we will go to Enid. And then on deck after Enid is Carrie, but I think she's having trouble getting in. So it may be Michelle Rudnicki after Enid, just to let you know.
I think Carrie's in now.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. So then on deck is Enid and on double deck is Carrie. And then Michelle after that. So one thing we just saw from Donna's routine was a headstand. And anytime you do a headstand or a tiger, or a lot of the other inversions, handstand as well, what we're looking for there is a pike entrance. And I noticed that she had a nice tight pike position, very straight legs. So that is one of those things I was talking about earlier, where the in and the out to a posture, in addition to the actual holding of the posture, all contribute to the score. So that pike position up and down are definitely a factor, and especially on the way up too. If it's sloppy on the way up, or sometimes you see it didn't happen here, but sometimes you see it collapse on the way down. Those are things that could start chipping away at your score, leading to deductions and getting scores, less than what you want. Let's just say. Another example is Tiger. Tiger, of course, starts in a headstand, but you've got a pike to get there. There is I think it's a -1 if you do what's called a tuck. So you pull your knees into your chest and then you shoot your legs up, or straddle entrance. Those are both, I believe, a -1. And then you usually see it if somebody's working on handstand and can't pike into the handstand, which very few people can do. You see people like kick into the handstand, which is how I have to do a handstand. And that's a -2. I know that one because that's the reason I don't do a handstanding competition. I like handstands and they're fun to do, but I can't do it right, so I don't compete with it. All right, let's give it a little bit more to get those scores up for Donna. And again, Enid Haggerty from Michigan will be our next
Okay,
athlete.
now I'm gonna tell Glenn he can post it. Okay.
All right, looks like scores are coming. So here's Donna's scores. I think there could be a mistake in the grid on the first score, but I'm sure the judges will correct that if that's the case. Okay, so something going on with that first posture, but we'll figure that out and get that corrected before final scores are posted. But nice marks on the rest of the postures. Okay, and the judges are ready for our next athlete. So let's go ahead and Enid, Michigan team, turn that camera back on, and we're going to spotlight Enid Haggerty. Here they come. Okay, so our next athlete representing Michigan is Enid Haggerty. Take the mat and give us a bow when you're ready, Enid. And there you are. Start, please. Okay, thank you, Enid. Very nice job. We'll be going back to Michigan in a little bit. I think we have at least one, yeah, we have one more athlete from that Michigan crew. And it's great to see this when you have a studio or a locality that has a few athletes there working together, supporting themselves. At least there, I don't know how often you all see each other, but at least you're all there together to compete together. And I've done that a few times with the crew in New Jersey as well. It's just a nice way to practice and a nice way to compete. So Enid came in at 2 minutes and 31 seconds. 2 minutes, 31 seconds. Enid had some postures in her routine that we've seen earlier today, like rabbit. It's a pretty common one. Half moon back bend. Also postures that people are very familiar with from 26 and 2 series. So the judges are ready to go to the next athlete. Her scores went up pretty quick there, so I didn't get a chance to say anything about Enid's score. Oh, here we go. We're bringing him back. All right. I thought I saw a 9 flash by there, so let's congratulate that 9. Good job. Don't remember which posture that was. It might have been rabbit that I was just talking about. So nice job there with that 9 for whatever posture you got a 9 on. All right, really clean routine. Okay, the judges are ready for the next athlete, so we are going to go next to Carrie Palaz, who is representing the state of Washington. Carrie is also a reigning national champion and also a world champion in the women 50 plus.
And I have to get my cat out of the background here.
Yeah.
That's my cat. We love him, but he doesn't need to be here. So let me figure out how to do this.
Yeah, just do no background. Yeah.
So not stop video. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's under video, adjust background and effects, and then you'll choose just no background.
Finding it right now. There we go. I am so
Right.
sorry about that.
That's okay. Give yourself time to get set up.
And I'm gonna just make
I'll do a mat check for you when you get out there, Carrie.
Thank you. Let's see. I think that might be better.
You need to tilt your camera a little bit more. Much better. Yeah, looks better, but we need to see. I think should be okay.
Back down a little bit.
Mm.
Is it okay?
I think that looks good.
Looks good.
Okay. All right. Give us a bow, Carrie, when you're ready. And start, please. Thank you, Carrie. Very nice routine. So as I mentioned, Carrie is a national champion, a world champion. So you would expect a very difficult routine. And some of the postures we saw there are difficult postures, like the full bow there at the very end is a pretty hard back bend. It's an 8-point posture. Time comes in at 2 minutes and 41 seconds. But the thing I really wanted to point out is that Carrie did a full spine twist, and I don't think we've seen one of those yet today. I know we'll see some more coming up. And the full spine twist takes spine twist from a 6 point on the difficulty scale to an 8 on the difficulty scale. It doesn't, it's not flashy. And whenever I show people my routines, I always say, this is the hardest thing I'm doing in the whole routine because it doesn't look like it. But it is a very hard skill to learn. And I also recommend if you're going to try to learn full spine twist that you work with a coach. We have a lot of great coaches out there to help you understand how to accomplish full spine twist and work up to it. It takes a while. And the reason I think it's important that you work with someone who knows what they're doing is it is a posture where you can really hurt yourself if you try to force it. But Carrie did a beautiful full spine twist. So we can go ahead and Glenn, if you're ready, you can go ahead and put up Carrie's scores. Okay, and here we see these are all in the 8s, which are wonderful scores. Very good. Full spine twist is also one of those skills that does have or postures that has an extra skill to it. I didn't notice. I looked away. I didn't notice if Carrie did her extra skill today, but that's a +1. So sometimes you see full spine twists get really high marks, and the reason for that could be partially that they're getting that +1 on the extra skill. And regular spine twist doesn't have any extra skills, so full spine twist can be a very powerful posture for people to put in their routines. All right, so we are ready to move on to our next athlete in this group. The judges are ready. So their next person is Michelle Rudnicki, representing the state of Florida. So go ahead and give us a bow.
Are we still good? I needed to do a mat check.
Oh, do we need a mat check? Hold on a second.
I had to switch devices. Is this still good?
It looks like your hands are cut off a little bit when you raise your arms.
So tilt the camera up slightly.
Yeah. And are we okay with that pole there? Probably.
That should be good.
Yes, that's much better. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So you can go ahead and bow when you're ready, Michelle. And you may begin. Okay, thank you, Michelle. Very, very nice routine. We'll have your time in a second. And just so we know, our person on deck right now is Linda Schellinger from Pennsylvania. So Linda, you should be getting ready. Not quite yet, but you have a couple minutes still. And then after Linda, I don't know if this person has checked in yet. Your Molai Juliana Simmons, if you're out there, please make yourself known. And then after, I think she goes by Juliana, will be Maureen Staden from Washington. Okay, but back to Michelle. We don't have her time yet, but I'm sure it's coming soon, and we'll post her scores when those are ready. Time is 2:32. So 2 minutes, 32 seconds, and they're working on your scores. So Michelle did a split arm as her back bend. I think it was her first posture. We saw only, I think, a couple others of those earlier today. Michael Rosa did one in the men's 65 plus group. I think in a way that's another posture that people look at and say, oh, that's not that big a deal, especially if you don't do yoga. You look at it and you don't think there's too much to it until you try to do it. It's a very hard posture. It is an 8 point on the difficulty scale. And it is for a reason. When I was first starting to do this, I'm like, oh, I can do split arm. And then I found out very quickly, oh, I can't do split arm. Michelle also showed a pike entrance into her headstand. We saw from Carrie as well. She did Tiger as her inversion with very nice pikes from both ladies. So that's super important thing to learn if you're going to be doing yoga sport. Unless you're doing a shoulder stand, the inversions involve some sort of piking to get in. So it's really important. Okay, the person who just joined, Jennifer's asking, like, who is this person who's saying, I just joined, did I miss my time? Shauna Parker. So I don't even think Shauna Parker's in this group.
She is, but she's not coming up yet, I think.
I'm just looking at the roster. I don't see Shauna on the roster.
Oh, she is on a 53 listed. After Nicole, huh?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
tomorrow?
I
Okay.
I don't see her on my sheet, but
Got it.
yeah, I actually see her on for Sunday, but maybe we moved her up. Okay, it looks like we do have Juliana, and they're working on changing the name.
I'm ready, Linda. Can you hear me?
Oh, and then Linda is next. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Linda.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and here are Michelle's scores. So there was a timing deduction on that first posture. Must have been held somewhere between 3 and 4 seconds. Okay. And the judges are ready for the next athlete. So we're going to go ahead and spotlight Linda Schellinger, representing the state of Florida. No, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, I'm sorry. And you are sideways right now, Linda.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
we did
Just
it.
unlock your screen rotation, or that works too.
I had to change devices, so
Yeah.
good.
Yes, that's much better. You can go ahead and give us a bow. And begin, please. Okay, thank you, Linda. While we wait for your time and your scores, I'll just mention that our next athlete will be Juliana Simmons from California. So you are on deck. I think we found her. Yeah, I see her labeled there. That's great. The time for Linda was 2 minutes and 35 seconds. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. After Juliana, the next athlete will be Maureen Staden from Washington. And then at some point, we will need to determine when Shauna Parker will be scheduled. So I'll wait to get word from the judges on that.
She is on the list for tomorrow. She's just in a place where it's already to the 12th in Thailand.
Oh, okay.
But we're already behind, so I don't think we'll be able to fit anybody else in today that's not on the list already.
Okay. Okay, so Shauna, we will get to you tomorrow. Okay, so we're just waiting on scores for Linda, and then we'll be ready to go to our next athlete. Juliana probably had another minute or two.
How many more before you? 2 more.
Okay, Glenn, you can go ahead and put the scores up. The judges are ready to display. Here they come. So Linda, representing Pennsylvania, very nice, clean routine there, and very good scores to show for it. Okay, and with that, the judges are ready for our next competitor, who is representing the state of California, Juliana Simmons. Let's go ahead and spotlight Juliana. Okay, we can see you. Go ahead and take a bow when you're ready.
Oh, a girl from Thailand showed up. She's supposed to
And you
be
may begin.
tomorrow in Thailand.
Okay, thank you, Juliana. Very nice job. So Juliana did as her lift a one-arm peacock. There are many peacock variations out there. And the one-arm peacock actually takes peacock down a level on the difficulty scale, which doesn't make sense to me because I find it to be very difficult to do. And she did that very well. So Juliana's time came in at 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Good job with the clock. And your scores will be ready in a minute or so, a couple minutes. After Juliana, our next athlete, a person on deck right now is Maureen Staden, and then after Maureen, it'll be Donna Tratham. So those are our next two athletes, and then we're getting towards the end of this group. But remember, we have another set of athletes tomorrow representing most of the groups that we're seeing today. It's the people who we opened up registration to get more athletes in. So we'll see fewer people tomorrow, but most of the categories represented. So we are ready to go ahead and display Juliana's scores. Also, as a reminder, the scores are not final until the full grids are posted on Monday. So we're doing this thing now where we're able to show the athlete their specific scores right after they're done, but these scores are not official and not final until they're posted on Monday, which will be the full grid of the leaderboard for each of the categories. Okay, and the judges are ready for our next athlete. So let's go ahead and spotlight Maureen. Okay, we can see you well. You go ahead and take your mat, Maureen. And when you're ready, give us a bow. You may begin. Okay, thank you, Maureen. Very nice routine. Very good control throughout. Good choreography. I'm about to get your time. And the next person on deck will be Donna Tratham representing Florida. And Maureen came in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we'll be going to Donna next, and I believe I saw her there in the Zoom. After that will be Dominique Well from Washington. I don't know if she's been checked in yet. And then finally, we'll go back to Michigan for the last competitor in this women 50 to 64 group, Nicole Westrick from Michigan, of course. So we've already got Nicole's name set up, which is great. Okay, it should just be shortly. We'll get the scores for Maureen. Maureen did a peacock as her lift. We've been seeing, like I said, all different kinds of peacocks today. And that straight-legged standard peacock is a 7-point posture and was done well. So Glenn, they're ready for you to post the scores. Okay, and here are the scores for Maureen. Let's leave those up there for a few more seconds, and then we'll be ready to go on to Donna. Okay, good job, Maureen. I see Donna's ready to go, so let's go ahead and spotlight Donna Trantham, representing the state of Florida. We can see you. You look great. And when you're ready, go ahead and give us a bow. You may begin. Okay, thank you so much, Donna. Very nice routine. Really nice pike action there on that last inversion. As we saw earlier in the day, some good pikes from many of the athletes today. And Donna came in at 2 minutes and 33 seconds, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. So our next person up is Dominique Well, and we're not sure we've located her. Is that her there under Juliana? behind Kim? Yeah, I think so. Woohoo! I see her. All right. We found Dominique. Perfect. I didn't want to miss a Dominique routine, so I'm glad that we found her. All right, so we're working on Donna's scores. We'll have those up, and then Dominique will be next, and then taking us home at the very end of this group will be Nicole Westrick from Michigan on double deck. So we saw quite a few lifting lotuses today from the kids as well. That's what Donna did as her lift. That's a great lift to show off strength, and that one looked really good too. Probably one of the few poses, like peacock lotus, I guess would be the other one, where the lotus position actually makes it easier to get yourself up because you're creating this more compact version of yourself. Okay, we're ready to post the scores. If you want to go ahead, Glenn. These are the scores coming up for Donna Trantham from Florida. We see very good, consistent scores there. We did. Looks like something just changed. So okay. There was a change there on that third posture. So remember, until Monday's final grid goes up, these scores are not final, but it looks like whatever the issue was, they got it corrected. So it's just that time deduction on the third posture, but we did get a mark there, so that's good. But look at that, 8.8 on that last posture. So there were some nines in there from some of the judges. So congratulations. And the judges are ready to go to our next athlete. So let's spotlight Dominique Well. And Dominique is here representing the state of Washington. You look great out there. Go ahead and give us a bow. And you may begin. Okay, wonderful routine, Dominique. Way to go. We saw some very difficult postures there. Overall, you can tell that Dominique has some experience doing this. She really flowed nicely across that routine. And we also saw a really good save there on the crane, which is a super difficult posture. That's an 8 posture in the lift category. And that's experience and that's strength to do what she just did in that crane. Takes a lot of strength anyway, but she had to make a little correction there, and she did, and that was super impressive. So Dominique's routine came in at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. She also did a split arm. We only saw a few of those today. I thought that was a beautiful split arm. I think we just saw it 3 in a row for split with forward bend. 3 ladies in a row did that. That's in the forward compression category. It's got a lot going on. It's got the flexibility. You could almost see how it could be a traction, but it's really important that they get that really strong forward compression and that arch in the back, not really an arch, but reverse arch in the back to show that that compression is going on while in that split. And then also a tiger. Tiger is one of the harder inversions with it, where it's really important that the pike up and down are really clean and good. Toes pointed, feet together, those are the kind of things that can be the difference between, you know, an 8 or an 8.5 or a 7.5 or an 8, depending on how the rest of the posture goes. A lot of details to pay attention to and look for. So we are going to have the scores shortly, but let me just remind our final athlete, Nicole Westrick, that you are up next. And then we are ready to put the scores up. So go ahead and let's post those scores. And then after we let those float for a minute or so, we will go ahead and switch over to Nicole. Okay.
Oh, they are.
So,
That's amazing.
so we have some people who have to go on mute. Thank you. But there's Dominique's scores. Very nice job there. We did have a timing deduction on the first posture. That was split arm. Split arm is a posture where you tend to see timing deductions. It's a hard posture to hold. Like I said, it's a lot harder than it looks. And I wish I could do it. Okay, great job, Dominique. Congratulations. And let's bring down those scores. And we are ready to spotlight Nicole Westrick, representing the state of Michigan, who will be our final athlete for this group. And then we will have a break and some mat checks. Okay, I see Nicole there. All right, you are spotlighted. When you're ready, you can give us a bow. And you may begin. Thank you, Nicole. Great job. And that finishes out the women's 50 to 64. We are going to still wait for Nicole's scores and time, of course, but very, very nice job, Nicole. Okay, so I think Nicole came in at 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and scores will be coming up shortly. So we're getting a note that Michael Danzig is in now, so I think we're gonna have to get a ruling from the judges when they want to take Michael, if it's right now before the break or after the break. So I'll wait until we hear on that. And either right after we get Nicole's scores or after Michael, one or the other, there will be a 30-minute break. We'll just be doing mat checks. Good time for people to go and get some coffee, do what you need to do. And then when we come back, we will be starting with the men 35 to 49 group, followed by women 35 to 49. And then after that, we'll be moving into the 18 to 34 groups for both men and women as well. Trying to get the day finished by, well, our schedule was 5:15, but we're probably going to blow that out by a little bit. Okay, so we're ready to post up Nicole's scores, and we are going to take Michael after the break. So after Nicole's scores go up, we are going to sign off for a little bit, and we'll just be doing mat checking during the break. Okay, and here are Nicole's scores. Good job. Very consistent, good scores. Michigan really represented today. All right, we'll leave those up for a few more seconds. Michael Danzig, if you're out there, we are going to take you after the break. So you have about 30, 35 minutes before we'll be ready for you. Maybe we'll shorten the break a little bit, so we'll jump in and we'll tell you. But I'll be turning over MC duties to Wahid Kaskun, who will come back as we come off of the break to go through the younger adult categories. And it was a pleasure working with you guys this morning and getting to see your wonderful postures. I'll be back tomorrow to do the shorter group, the smaller group that we have tomorrow, but still, like I said, most of these same categories represented. And one final reminder that these final scoreboards and the final scores will not be going up until Monday, just because categories were spread across 2 days based on how this event worked out. Okay, thanks everyone, and good luck to the rest of the competitors. Wonderful job for all the people who went so far today.
All right, for the athletes, I'm going to start going through you looking for the next group. So right now, Wesley Bozeman, if you could raise your hand. I see you now. All right. So spotlight you, and let's just check your mat. So let me see behind you there. It's perfect. Arms up. Good to go. All right, Wesley's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next on our list is Quincy Chang. If you could raise your hand, are you in the attendees? Quincy Chang.
Kim Tang is saying Quincy is with her in Dominique Well. So we just need to check Dominique Well. Would you please open up your camera?
see it. Yeah, I got you now. All right, Quincy. Good to go. Quincy's done. Hello, Kim. Right. So next on our list is George Diamond. Are you present, George? If you just turn on your camera, we can move you into the panelists. I see your hand raised up. Go. Okay. So once I allow you toward the panelists, you have to approve it, George. Right, so while we're waiting on George, do we have Cody Greer? I see Cody Greer right now. So I'm gonna put you up. All right. This isn't Cody. Where'd you go? There's Cody. All right, Cody. So that looks all right. It's just a little tilted. Your camera looks like it's leaning to the left. That's better. Oh, that's worse. So, it looks like you're on a tripod. So about right there. Now stand on the mat again for me. You could probably move about a foot or two closer with your mat. Arms up. Good to go. You're good to go. All right. So, George, I see you there. Right. So, got you on the screen, George. Let's see where your mat is. George Diamond, can you hear me? You're on the screen right now. Hello. If you could show me where your mat is. All right, when you're ready, George. So Steve Lim. We have a Steve Lim.
Can you hear me or see me?
I can now. So George, if you could just step onto your mat so I can see if it's in the right location. All right, your lighting's not going to work. Can you turn the lights on in that room?
It's all the light I got.
And then you could probably move your mat 4 feet closer to the camera.
Can I do my postures a little bit off the mat, like right here, if I can?
It's best if you stay on the mat. And you've got a lot of shadows. Are there more lights in that room?
That's all the lights I got.
Judges, can you see what's going on?
It's really dark down by his mat and in the corners, everything below his waist, very dark.
Sir, by any chance you can put blinders on the windows?
Now, another option, George, would be to go the other direction in your room by 90 degrees.
Len, can we see what he's wearing? What's his outfit, color his outfit is to see if that makes it
Oh,
easier to
yeah.
see him?
Your legs might be easier to see without the pants. I don't think that helped at all.
No.
Okay.
So maybe that light that you were moving around, could you move it to the other side of your mat? It would highlight the front of your body.
I think another option would be putting the camera on the window side.
That's a good thought. So not that side of the mat, like on the camera side of your mat.
Camera side of the mat.
And that helps a little bit. Judges?
It's a little bit better. Can he put the light, is there a possible that the mat can go back a little bit more so that maybe the light lights him up better?
That's better.
Even a
Do you
little bit
agree?
more? Can you go back, George?
Back to where you were originally?
Yeah.
And then take your socks off so we can see your feet.
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah, I think
There you
that's the
are.
best we're gonna get. You can even go further back would be good, but you don't have to. That we can see you pretty good there.
Okay. All right. Good job, George. Thank you. Yeah, the last thing you could do is maybe zoom your camera in a little bit, unless, is that okay with you where he is now, judges, like that far back?
Are you doing anything on the ground or are you gonna be on your feet the whole time?
I'm gonna do my peacock like so.
That's fine. Yeah, that's good.
All right, you're good to go, George. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so next we need Steve Lim. Steve
Why don't you
Lim.
look at Lombardi's menu and see what you want? Oh, Lombardi's. I already know what I want.
So do we not have a Steve Lim?
He's with Kim. Let me text Kim.
Okay, their camera's good, so I'm gonna move on. So next we have Rasha Burton. Are you available, Rasha? If you could raise your hand, we're looking for you.
What do you want? Can you give me 1 second? I think I know, but just hold on 1 second.
So no Rasha just yet. All right, Faye Galt.
Okay, gourmet turkey with, oh, sorry.
And somebody might be a judge has their mic on.
Yeah,
All
sorry.
right. It's all right. It's Faye Galt. It's another California. Is that another Kim Tang team?
Unmute. We're unmute. We're unmute. Yes, I'm gonna call Kim right now and find out what's going on.
Okay. Well, their camera's set up, so if I know that that's in their group, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now Stephanie Gilroy.
Yes, hello, Stephanie. It's Gilfoy with an F. Gilfoy.
All right, thank you. Sorry. All right, let's check out your camera and your mat.
Okay. Your volume is on. Yep. How's that? How does that look,
A
guys?
little bit crooked. Just compare the bottom line of the screen to the mat.
Well,
Now you are in the tall. Is it possible to go to the wide screen to turn sideways?
oh, there you go.
So much better. Yes.
There we go.
It goes for all athletes. If you can get a sideways
There we
phone, it
go.
works better. Now, if you could just center up your mat in the middle of your screen.
Okay, which is gonna be pulling it this way,
So that's going to be to, if you're facing from the mat, you need to move the camera to the right.
Is that better? How's that?
It's good. Now, I'd say instead of turning it, you might slide it over.
Slide the phone to the right.
Now we're getting a little better. It's just a little off kilter. That's
Oh.
Tiffany helping you out. Hello, Tiffany.
Hi. Okay, here's something, yeah, our chair that we're using is crooked. This is gonna be straight.
That's
See if
better.
it fits.
So yeah, just adjust the height a little bit. Now stand in the middle for me. Arms up.
We can't. Hmm,
I think that's good.
what's
Arms
that?
up. Arms up. Good. You're good to go. Thank you.
Good to
Good job.
go.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. So next we need, first off, do we have Rashawn Burton or Faye
Here,
Gold?
I'm right here,
All right.
Rashay.
Rashay.
Yes, pleasure to
Just
meet you.
don't be too concerned. I'm not the MC. Right.
No worries.
All right. So it looks like the camera might just need to be tilted up until it's a little closer to the bottom of the mat with
We
the
said tilt it up.
view.
I guess I'm back some.
Little, oh, there you go. Now a little bit up again. You don't have to go too far back. It's because we'll start to lose our clarity.
You put it on top of the stool?
That looks pretty good. Judges, you see? They might be all off to lunch. Now it is just ever so slightly off center. You could move a foot to your left with your mat. Or she's moving the camera. Wait. All right, I'm gonna say that's good. Good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just don't touch it now, okay?
Okay.
All right. So is Faye Galt available? Faye Galt. I saw Quincy Chang down there. Could I see a representative from the Kim Tang group so I know all the people that are there? Kim Tang squad. All right, moving on. Alice Johnson. Looking for you now.
I'm gonna turn this
I
down.
see you. And I'll spotlight you.
Hello,
There you go.
hi.
Hello. So let's see that mat. Arms up. All right, so you just need to tilt your camera up ever so slightly. All right, we're good. Good job. That was Alice. All right, so moving along. Cat Cam from Virginia. Kamundishwar. Shwari. Are you available?
Hi, Glenn. I know we're looking for somebody else right now. This is Tiffany. I just wanted to ask a question. One of my girls, Erica Lee, she's on later, but she was logged in this morning and she's trying to log in again, but she can't get in saying that she was removed by the host
When's the last time she tried to log in?
just now.
Just now. Could you send me her email in the chat so I can send her another
Yes, I
invite?
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Will do. Thank you.
All right, so I see you now, CatCam. Let's get you in the spotlight. All right. So arms up. The top is good, but the bottom might need to just scoot the camera back a little bit if you can, so we can get more of the feet. I saw your daughter there earlier. She's a little shorter. And now we're losing hands just a little bit. So tilt the camera back up just slightly, just a little bit of carpet visible. Now arms. Now it works. Now, are you doing anything like Archer? You are? Let me sit down and throw a leg off the mat. Um, that should be okay unless there's room to move your phone further back. That's, the sitting again. I think that's good. That's the best we got, right? Good job. Thank you. Right, so next we have, again, is somebody from the Kim Tang crew available so I know all the people that are there? Oh, I see Kim Tang crew. Okay. Looks like you're trying to show me all the people that are there. All right, so you got name tags? All right. You guys are up on screen giving us a show now. Could one of you let me know vocally who all's in there so I can check you out? I don't think you hear me. So somebody, Kim Tang crew, come up to the camera, please. They must be getting their picture taken. All right, so Navani, are you available? All right, Kim Tang's by the camera. So, could you tell me, if you could unmute, could you tell me all the people that are there for these next few groups?
Wait, no, you just unmuted. Typed into the chat. You just done. And it
Oh,
is
it's in the chat.
Quincy,
Justin.
number
Quincy?
2, Steve Lim, number 5. Next, women's division, Faye Golt, number 2. Jasmine Pinson, number 7. Jordan Lydia, number 9. Women 18 to 34, number 2. Megan Cruz.
Thank you. Right. That checked off some of my list. Thank you very much.
From the blessed golden state of California, California blessings. We're a little displaced in the very best way because of the fires. Yeah.
I hear that. We're stuck in snow ourselves, a little fire and ice. All right. So Navani is the next person on my list. I see you down here. Let's put your spotlight. Hello. So let's see where your mat is. That looks pretty good. You are a bit backlit because of the window around the door. Just stand on the middle of the mat first. Let's check it out. Now, arms up. That's good. The only issue I have is there is quite a bit of distortion because of the light behind you. Judges, are you available?
But I felt strong. So, okay.
All right, I hear Judge. So, could you stand back on your mat for us?
Sure.
How do the judges feel about this light in the background?
That's pretty bright, so we won't be able to see an arm occasionally.
Just throw an arm up for us. Nirvani,
Yeah.
you throw your arms up again for the judges so they can see the light.
Sure.
I mean, its slightest distortion doesn't look like it caused too much. Like it's not obstructing, right? I think it should be okay. Are you okay with this, judges?
Can you,
Is there any way that she can do it the other way so that what if the camera's what if
By your
she's
door?
facing the door? Will that be a different?
Is that possible, Nirvani?
I just don't have anything like super readily available to put there.
No, I mean, what if she puts the camera in front of the door and then she'll be squinting, never mind.
So if you
There's
have
not
like
another room you could
chair
go
or
to?
a footstool to put it on, that would work. And even if another thought is you could use your stairs and you could face 90 degrees the other way toward the stairs. If that's a possibility with your floor.
okay, I got us. I got this. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Veggie, no cream cheese, add cheddar. We'll see if I can
Veggie,
place
no
the
cream
order.
cheese, add cheddar.
Let's see. I don't know if this will be any
Well, the
better.
lighting is certainly better. But let's see if I don't know, we got the big column in the way. Depends on how many stairs you go up, I guess. Now take it all the way back to that column. All right, well, I can see the bottom edge of the mat. Now, let's see about you standing on the mat. It's pretty short. I mean, can you go back a couple more stairs? And now arms up. It's cutting off just a little bit. Now, you could use as a prop, I see some chairs in the background there. You could put a chair by your door and put your camera by the door. That might give us the best option. See the chair by your kitchen there? Yeah, let's put that by the front door and move it around again. All right, this might be better as long as we're not in front of those other windows. Yeah.
I don't know if that back window is gonna be a problem.
Now, move it back to your left a little bit. Left, like, no, you can come forward toward the camera, but like it over toward the column to center up. I think this will give you plenty of room. So you can kind of be in that area where it's comfortable. Let's stand on the mat again. And arms up. So now you just need to angle your camera up ever so slightly and you should be good to go. Let's go to arms. So close. Okay, you just need to move your mat back like 6 inches.
I just don't love this column right in front of me.
I hear you. That I can see all of you now. Does that, hopefully it doesn't obstruct any of your postures? Are you okay there? Oh,
If I move it back here, is this okay? Just because then that column is out of the way.
yeah, then you can move your camera closer, like just as much as you move your mat back, move the camera forward. There you go. All the lighting is better. That looks good. All right, stand on the mat. I think we should be done. Arms up. That's good. Now the last thing is to help with the light. If you turn all the lights on in your kitchen, it's going to help put more light on you.
I got a suggestion. If she turned the front door, hallway light might be better because the camera area need to be brighter than her backlight.
I think that's okay. You could even move your camera a bit closer to you so you don't get lost in the shadow. There you go. I mean, proportionally it's good. It's just a little dark. So we went from too much light to too much dark. It's brighter when you're not standing back there. Very interesting. Oh wait, stand back again. Yeah, it darkens as you go back. I think it should be okay. I mean, I can see your whole body when you're on the mat. Let's go with it. Looks good. Just keep all the lights on. Thank you. Good job, Nirvani. And next we need Darian Zurin. Are you available?
Yeah, it's Daria, it's Dasha.
Okay, and I don't see. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Now your mat is perfectly placed, but it's super dark in that room. Can you just turn on all the lights?
I'm unmuted.
That helps a lot. That's good. You could even yeah, I think that works. You're
Would
good to
be
go. Thank you.
It'd be better if you move your mat forward a little bit, even better, because at the back wall, you're a little bit closer to the wall. You still have
Yeah.
a front.
If you
Move
move
it
closer to the
forward?
camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the camera, even better.
And she might have to adjust it again for her hands after that. That's okay. Now arms up. Now you just need to move oh no, I can barely see the tips of the fingers. I think that should be okay. Yeah, you're good to go. Thank you. All right, Prajwal.
Yeah.
All right. Let's remove the spotlight. You're good to go, man. Excellent job.
Thank you.
All right, John Zurich.
Hey
I
there.
see. Let's pull you up. All right, so just tilt the camera down a little. Well, I can see. Are you doing anything like Archer?
No.
You're good to go.
Okay, yeah, and just to be clear, I'm 36, and I emailed Sarah about this earlier this week when I saw the schedule. And so I wasn't sure if I rescheduled in with my correct age group or if I'm still going with the younger group. I'm fine either way. I just want you
John
guys to know.
Zurich, hold on, I'll tell you. What's your age?
36.
Okay, hold on.
We could move you if it's okay with the judges.
Thank you.
Since we haven't started the group yet, that's helpful.
Yeah, thanks.
He's in the right age.
No.
Yep.
This
That's
is
right.
49.
Wait.
You're
Oh, okay. I don't think that's the list that Glenn has because Glenn grouped me in with this after Prajwal for the camera check. So,
We put you back in your age category.
okay.
So we
All right.
have you listed last in the men's 35 to 49.
Excellent. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Corrected on my list as well. All right. So that leaves just one in that category. So now on to the women. Keiko Kali. Are you available?
Yes.
All right. Now just turn your let me see. I don't see here. There you are. Gotcha. Here you are. You might be a little close to that camera. It's going to cut off your whole head there. So you might have to move all the way back with your, there you go. And now tilt the camera up. Right, it's still it's still really close. So you need to move your mat toward that curtain behind you, as close as you're comfortable. That should work. Now try it. Good to go. You okay there? All right. Thank you. Next, we have Michelle Machamer. Are you available?
She's right here.
In Russia's screen?
Yeah, we're in the same screen. Yep.
All right, so you're good to go. We already checked that, Matt. I'm good with that. All right, so McKay Medina.
Hello.
I see you there. So we're just off center with you. If the camera can be moved over so it's directly in front of you.
Couch a little bit so it's not lopsided. Just don't want it to be lopsided.
Arms up. All right, so we just need to tilt the camera up a bit. Perfect. It's just a little bit like off center, like it's turned. You need to push the looking at the camera, you need to push the left side back. That's now it's even, but you're not in the middle. So if you don't want to move the camera, you can move your mat over like a foot to the left.
Do you want me to do it right now?
Yeah.
Down so it wouldn't flip.
Oh, you got tape. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's centered. And
Here?
the camera was level and then something happened. It's close. Just line up the bottom of the camera with the bottom of her mat. So it's even. There you go. All right, leave it there. Don't touch it. Looks good to go. Now stand on the mat for me, arms up. All right, you're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, McKay. All right, so last, did we get Cody Greer? We checked you, didn't we? Just going through my notes here. Yes, you're good to go. We checked you, just didn't check you on my notes. All right. So we'll be ready when the judge is ready. Let me find my man Wahid, who's gonna be the face of this. There you are, my man. All right.
Hello.
I'll just remove the other spotlights. Now, a little staff check. So do I have my spotlighter with me? Tiffany, are you here?
I'm here.
All right. So you're down with the process of after they call them to the stage, unmute them and spotlight them. And when they leave the stage, mute them again and put them back in attendees. That's the whole process.
Roger.
I appreciate you. All right. So are any of the judges present to give us a timeline?
I can check on the judges chat one second.
Now, Wahid, when you need to leave, I'm free to take over for you. Yeah, you let me know.
You are the best, Glenn. Thank you very much.
Yep. All right, I think we have one last thing. Do we get Dashin? Have you been adjusted yet? Danzig, Michael Danzig, are you ready to get your mat checked? Are you in attendees? Just let yourself be known.
They were ordering their lunch, a minute ago.
All right, I found you. So let's get you ready, Michael.
I tried promoting him to attendee, the panelist, and he declined it earlier. I don't know if he's still there.
I can't really hear you. You should be on panelists now. I see you. All right, let's give you a spotlight.
Okay, we're here.
Our judges ready to go? All right, Michael, so can you just push your camera further back? More, a little bit more, a little bit more than that. Now, are you going to be going off the sides of your mat? Are you doing a shoulder stand or anything like that? You're doing shoulder stand? So you're going to stay on the mat like all together?
Yeah.
All right, so you hold your arms up for me. Once you're done with your hair. There you go. It looks good. Good to go. All right, judges, are we going to start with Michael?
Yeah. Our judges are ready. We are starting with Michael. Michael is not in my list of 35 to 49. Am I right?
No, he's somebody that couldn't get on earlier.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. We are going back. Perfect.
Yeah.
So our judges are ready.
All right, if judges are ready, we can start with you, Michael. And I'll let Wahid take it from here.
Thank you very much, Michael. Take a moment and bow when you are ready. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Michael. Beautiful demonstration. So camel of notice. Hi, everybody. If you are just joining today, welcome back to the first virtual qualifier of 2025. We are continuing with men's 35 to 49. Up next, we'll have Wesley. Michael's time comes in at 2 minutes 38 seconds. Well done, Michael. 2 minutes 38. Right after the demonstration, you get to see your unofficial scores. We will be posting our scores tomorrow. Excuse me, on Monday in our website. If you have not already, please go ahead and renew your membership or join as one of the USA Yoga membership. We are waiting for our the display is ready. If our spotlighter can display the scores. Thank you very much, Glenn. So Michael coming in with a 9, one of the highest scoring there, 7s. Beautiful demonstration, beautiful presence. So we can move ahead to Wesley. Our judges are ready. Wesley Bozeman representing Florida. Do we have Wesley here? Hi, Wesley. Go ahead and bowl when you are ready. Begin, please.
Time.
Time.
Thank you very much, guys. Beautiful demonstration. On one side there's the poses that we do, and on the other side there's the things that we want to express. Beautiful expression. So the overall time would be coming at 3 minutes 3 seconds. There might be a second chance on crow and a time direction, depending on. I'm not judging you, so. But overall, beautiful expression. We appreciate each and everyone showing up here and expressing their best self. Your practice, as much as it's inspiring to you, it might be inspiring to somebody else too. So beautiful demonstration. I wish our judges a good luck because they have to score it. But as a observer and fan of the fan, my voice is not coming through.
Just a little soft. You might be just turning up the volume on it or something.
Maybe I'm talking too much from my diaphragm. Let me bring up my voice a little bit. Is this better?
Much better.
All right. All right.
Stage voice. Good job.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let the throat relax. Perfect. Our scores will be coming in very shortly. Up next will be Quincy Chang representing Massachusetts. For everybody who is watching out there, what would your routine look like? What would be the ideal poses you would like to put your body through? One thing that I really like watching other people's routine is, even if I can't do the posture, I can just empathize with the person on stage, put my mind in their body, and experience how it might feel like doing it. Although if I were to do it in my physical body, I would probably break it. So beautiful inspirations. Your mind can do way more things than your body can. Yeah, I have a very, very short shift, but I would like to take a moment to thank all of our competitors, judges, coaches, volunteers, our holding pillar, Glenn. There is so much in the background that went to put this so we can qualify people for the nationals. I have the nationals thing this year in Philly 2025. This is the first year that we have all these new categories now. This is men's 35 to 49. After this, we will have women 35 to 49. A very long day today and a shorter version of this tomorrow. Just because we want to give more people the opportunity to demonstrate. We are waiting for our scores to be ready. Are our scores ready yet? Our scores are showing up. Yeah, our display is ready. on the grid. Quick look, sevens, eights. That was the second chance. This is just so you have an idea. Are we ready for Queen C chain? And just to confirm, am I waiting for another judges ready command, or because the scores are ready, that means judges are also ready? Judges ready. Okay. Go ahead and give us a ball when you are ready. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Quincy. Thank you very much. Beautiful pose right there. A lot of balance, flexibility. I don't even know the name of the pose in which you are on your hands. The leg is behind the head. Beautiful. So the time will be 2 minutes 46 seconds. 2 minutes 46 seconds. Thank you very much, Quincy. Our next competitor will be from. It's goodbye for. I see. No, it's goodbye pose is the last pose. I was talking about the other one that he was being on the floor. No behavior. Our scores are ready for display. I would just like to remind you that these are not the scores. It could be twisted stuff. Now scores are up. We have a quick look, and at the same time, our judges are ready. If we are ready for George Diamond representing Florida. Hi, George. Please take a moment to unmute your mic. Thank you very much, sir. Paul, please, when you are ready. Begin, please. Thank you very much, George. Thank you very much. Wow, it looks like you got the one hand stand stuff, one hand handstand, one hand holding on for the tiger. Beautiful to see. The time is coming in at 2 minutes 43 seconds. 2 minutes 43. Our nationals will be in Happy Valley, Pennsylvania in 2025. This is the qualifier. That was our first qualifier in Kentucky. And this is our first online qualifier of 2025. Next qualifier will be March 8th in Berkeley, California. By the way, sending all the good wishes and vibes to people in and around LA. There's going to be another one in Boston, Southern New Hampshire in May 3rd, 2025. The Nationals will be from the weekend of August 1st to the 3rd, Pennsylvania, in the State Theater in State College. Please also check out our opportunities if you want to sponsor. A lot of work and logistics get into organizing these, so why don't you share some inspiration as well as you are sharing your beautiful practice. Our next competitor would be Cody here. He's here. We are still waiting a few more moments. Score display. We are applying this first time here, which makes it more gymnastics like. You get to see your initial scores. Our display is ready. Glenn, if you are ready to share. Just get on the grid. George Diamond represented Florida. It looks like the first one scoring 0. The other ones are looking very good. Maybe it was the 3-second rule. You have to hold a posture minimum 3 seconds, and even when you hold it 3 seconds, you still get a deduction if you don't hold it 5 seconds. Our judges are ready for our next competitor, but either case, it was a beautiful handstand to see, very inspiring. Our next competitor would be Cody, representing Washington State. Go ahead and give us a ball if you are ready. Begin, please. Thank you very much for the well done. I remember a very beautiful crow. Posture selection is a very important detail. The time is coming in at 2 minutes 30 seconds. 2 minutes 30 seconds. So let's take a moment to thank our sponsors, Lazy Yoga Lancaster, Superior, the Radiant L, there's Off the Saints, Shock the Activewear, one of the stables, Laced by Laju, we got the Yoga Factory. We thank our sponsors that have been along with us for a very long time actually. Our display is ready on the grid. And if we are ready with Steve Lim, we are also ready for our next competitor. Good score, Cody. Well done. Do we have Steve Lim? I think it will be with the hi Steve. You give us a ball when you're ready. And can we make sure that the mic is unmuted? Perfect. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much. It's beautiful to watch athletes that demonstrate their postures. I hope you are excited feeling some nerves, and then transmuting that energy into a beautiful expression of yourself. It's really nice to have something that you are excited about, that you feel something in your belly, some butterflies, and then you go ahead and do your best. Doesn't matter what the results are. Thank you very much. Right. The time coming in at 2 minutes 40 seconds. 2 minutes 40 seconds, well timed. Steve Lim represented California. We have one more competitor in this division. Yeah, today our schedule is kind of maybe some 45 minutes to an hour behind. But right now we have one more competitor in men's 35 to 49. That's where we are right now. We need a little bit more time to fix the grid. So we'll take a little bit more time. We can just stay in the screen for a little bit. Okay, we won't be able to show the score for this one because of the grid display, but our judges are ready. We can go for John. Do we have John? Perfect. Go ahead and bow, John. Begin, please. John Zurek representing California. Thank you very much, John. Well done. Beautiful work. This concludes our men's 35 to 49 for today. I'm not sure if you do have any competitors for tomorrow in the same category. And our final scores will be posted on our website by Monday morning. John's time is coming in at 2 minutes 28 seconds. 2 minutes 28 seconds. one of our big teams should start a reality show following our yogi and yogini athletes and preparing them for the nationals. It would be a very interesting show. I would love to see it myself. Our next category will be women 35 to 49. As you're waiting for the scores, settle your heart rate, make some introspection, bring your awareness to this moment, feel what's going on, feel what you're bringing to the mat. We like to see you all. Each and every one of you is unique, and these unique demonstrations are bringing some other inspirations in some random person's heart. So one more time, we thank each and every athlete for all the time and care that they put into this, putting their beautiful expressions forward. Our display is ready for John. We can show John's scores. John's direct represent.
After John.
Eights, all eights, 1, 2 sevens, high sevens. Score looks beautiful. Demonstration itself looks solid.
Real quick so I can write it
You
down.
have a mic in the background. Oh, okay, it's Rashi. It's going to be our next competitor. This concludes for today's men's 35 to 49. Our next category will be women's 35 to 49. We are just reading a few more moments. We can also take a moment to show the display for Steve. Let's show Steve's scores. Now the grid is ready. Very respected friend. You can pull that one off.
That'll just take a moment.
No problem. Our score is ready for Steve. Coming in at 6, and there's one minute deduction. Beautiful scoring, beautiful demonstration.
Video's on.
But
What is on? Excuse me? All right, our judges are ready for Rashi Burden.
We are ready.
Perfect. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Rashi. Well done. Well done. I really like the new edition of the different variation of the poses. Still the 84 poses, but some side angles, side twists. It's a lot more variety. That makes our judges job harder. A beautiful demonstration. The time is coming in for 2 minutes, 25 seconds. 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Thank you very much, Rashi. Our next competitor will be Faye Gao. I think it will be with the Kim Tang's team. So nice to see returning competitors, new competitors. There were a lot of applications, so we had to extend the virtual the next day. Now there's going to be new competitors tomorrow too. Our display is ready for Rashi's scores. And our judges are ready for pay. Rashi representing New Jersey. First posture was a back bend. She got 8.3. It was a beautiful back bend, very well articulated. 7 and 3. Well done. Now representing California, let's have Faye Galt on the spotlight. Hi, Faye. Begin, please. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you very much. Overall, beautiful routine. Great demonstration of willpower, holding on to upward stretching. Well done. Well done. Your time is coming in, Faye, at 2 minutes 45 seconds. 2 minutes 45 seconds. The whole demonstration is beautiful. Just how you get into it, how you hold it, how you come out of it. You have 3 minutes to showcase a little bit of your practice. It's not your entire practice, but it's a beautiful practice. We have 8 more athletes in this category. Our next athlete is also from California, will be Stephanie Guilford. Just making sure that we have her ready as well. Our display is ready for Faye. We can display the, let's call these the unofficial results, unofficial scores, and our judges are ready as well. Take your screenshots and then we can move to Stephanie Guilford, representing California. There she is. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Elegant demonstration. So this year, our athletes have a little bit of, the time is coming at 2 minutes 51 seconds, 2 minutes 51. We have some rule changes. Some of the scoring has changed. Our judges and our coaches have a lot to prepare for this new year. And all of this is to make it more sport-like, make it more just, make it more fair for everybody, and at the same time safe for our athletes as well. A lot of time has been put into this. Thank you very much for everybody who has put the work in the background. Our display is ready for Stephanie. It's 8s, high 7s, high 8s. And our judges are ready as well. So our next competitor will be Alice Johnson, representing Illinois. We have Alice here. Hi, Alice.
Hello, I'm here. Sorry.
Go ahead and take your place on your mat. Give us a ball when you're ready. Begin, please. Begin, please.
Time.
Thank you very much, Aris. Thank you very much. Time was just called after you were already in the final expression. It will probably be coming very shortly. Well done there. Also the smiles. Time is coming at 3 minutes, 3 seconds. What is that saying? Beautiful thoughts makes a beautiful expression. Overall, well done. Thank you very much. This is women's division, 35 to 49. Our next competitor will be Chamundeshwari, representing Virginia. When you are deciding to make your routine, you have to show your strength, your flexibility, and your balance, as well as you have to have the 3 categories. Our display is ready, by the way. We can show the scores for Alice, unofficial score. And our judges are ready for our next competitor. If we are ready, we can have Chamundeshwar. Perfect. For when you are ready. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Chamundeshwar, representing Virginia. Well done. Well done. There's also nothing like relaxation right after you go through your routine. You know, you are right there, you do it, you do your best, and then you get to relax. It's beautiful. Your time is coming in at 2 minutes 30 seconds. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Our next competitor will be Amy, representing Michigan.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, you wanted me to unmute?
Did somebody ask him to unmute?
Yeah, I just got a notification now.
No, just to turn on camera.
His camera is on. Are we doing the wrong? Is it? The next one is Amy. Perfect. Amy looks ready. We are just waiting for the scores and then the judges. Apart from that, everything looks good. Our display is ready on the grid. Sevens, fives. Beautiful demonstration, and our judges are ready whenever. Let's spotlight Amy.
So they can go now. Ready?
You're all good. Yeah. Thank you very much. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Amy. Well done. Thank you very much.
Wow.
What a relief. What did it be? The time is coming at 2 minutes 41 seconds. 2 minutes 41 seconds. It's nice to be able to do something and then go like, after that, you just did it. Yeah, what keeps you excited? What keeps you motivated about the next day, the next practice? Our display is ready on the grid. It's very important to stay connected to those things and those people that you feel alive with. Our judges are ready for our next competitor. Our next competitor will be Jasmine Pinson, representing California. Good scores, Amy. Well done. Thank you very much. All right, let's get the Jasmine on the stage. Hi, Jasmine. Give us a ball when you are ready. Begin, please. Beautiful. Well done, Jasmine. Well done. Beautiful routine there. Graceful demonstration. I'm also curious about what is your feedback to you? Like, as a competitor, you just did your routine. Are you capable of? He's like, I just did my best. Feels good. How is that feeling? Is like the time is coming in for Jasmine at 2 minutes 36 seconds. 2 minutes 36. You can go as short or as long as you want up until 2 minutes 59 seconds. Then after the third minute, you will get a deduction. But as long as you hold the end of the pose still for 5 seconds, you will get full score. We have 3 more competitors in this division for today, women 35 to 49. Our display is ready for Jasmine. If you can take a look for our unofficial scores. A quick glimpse. And right after this, our judges are ready for our next competitor, Nirwani Umadat, representing Canada. Let's go ahead. Perfect. Take your place on your mat, Nirwani. Give us a ball if you like.
Okay.
Take a ball if you want.
Down.
Yeah. Begin, please. Well done, Nirwani. Well done. Beautiful demonstration. You know what you are doing and the judges are scoring it as well as what you are doing. It's very important how you are doing it, smiles, grace, and then you in your heart know why you are doing it. So we appreciate you sharing your practice, sharing your inspiration with us. The time coming in for 2 minutes, 29 seconds. Nirwani, your time is 2 minutes, 29 seconds. I am on it. Our next competitor, the last two in this division, will be Jordan Lydia Verla, representing Washington State, our runner-up for 2024 Nationals. The display is ready for our scores on the grid for Nirwani. There's 6, high 8, 7s. Beautiful, well done. You will be able to see the final scores and then the the placement on Monday on the USA Yoga website. We are receiving some final touches. 2 more competitors in this division. And then I'll be handing the microphone back over to Glenn. Thank you very much, Glenn, for being here. Basically from the beginning to the end. A lot of work going in there from your side. So what is the plan if anybody is not being able to make it to virtual, anybody coming to May? Other qualifiers? Anybody who has already qualified for the nationals in Kentucky? It's exciting to make plans and follow through. Our judges are ready for our next competitors representing California. Excuse me, please. Representing Washington State, Jordan Lydia Verla. Hi, Jordan. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Jordan. Thank you very much. Well done. We have just one more competitor in this division. Jordan, your time is coming in at 2 minutes 52 seconds. 2 minutes 52, making the best of time. Our display is ready for Jordan's scores. If you can put it up on the screen here. These are the high sevens, high eights. Well done, Jordan. Our judges are ready for our final competitor in this women's 35 to 49. Let's invite Daria Zurin representing Colorado. You hear Daria? Ooh. Let's check. Are our judges ready with this? It looks very dark.
Something changed with the lighting.
Yes. Yeah, the sunset.
Yeah.
Is there any lights in the room that you can turn on?
Maybe you could
They're
just
all
turn.
turned on.
Could you turn the other direction? Oh, no, then the light would be right up behind you. Judges, what do you think?
Judges just said they can't see either.
Okay.
So maybe if you turn 90 degrees.
The camera or
The camera and the mat. To go, that way the light's not backlighting or
Okay.
directly on you.
Yeah, this should work very well.
I just want to center up with it. I just move that little table out of your way for safety.
Good call.
Now you can center up better.
Our judges approve this. Take a moment to bring your arms up over the head. Looks great. Give us a ball when you are ready. Begin, please. Thank you very much, Dasha. Well done, Daria. Well done. Also, good adjustment right on the spot. It might be. The time is coming in at 2 minutes 28 seconds. 2 minutes 28 seconds. This finalizes for today's woman 35 to 49. I will be handing the mic over to Glenn. Looking forward to seeing you all, and good luck to the rest of today's competitors. Our display is ready for Daria. You got the scores, and our judges are ready for our next competitor, the only competitor that's today in this division, 18 to 34 men. Let's have Prajwal Nayak on the screen.
Yeah.
Give us a ball when you are ready. Do you have headphones?
Oh.
Okay, I thought you had headphones.
No, I don't have.
Yeah, no problem. I thought that string was a headphone. My bad. Please go ahead. Excuse me.
I'll start now.
Yes, please.
Sure.
Begin, please.
Thank you, Prajwal. Great job. You will know your time shortly. Hello, everyone. Taking over for Wahid. My name is Glenn Brown. And the time for Prajwal was 2:34. 2:34. And we'll post those scores as soon as they're ready. So we're into the last category after these scores are posted with the 18 to 34 women. So when you're all getting ready and feeling ready to go, good luck to everybody. Right. So let's take the time to thank our sponsors. So Yoga Factory has been sponsoring us for a few years now, along with Lace by Laju and Shakti Activewear and Of the Saints. So there you have a yoga studio and three fantastic yoga apparel brands. Blaze Yoga, Lancaster, Superior Drink, and Radiant L. Radiant L, also another wonderful yoga apparel business, operates out of Yoga Factory. Right. Thankful for our sponsors. You can become a sponsor too just by going to usayoga.org. Right. And the scores will be ready soon. Are the judges ready? So our next competitor to the stage gets to the very bottom of this list here. All right, scores are ready. So we have the scores for Prajwali. Wonderful scores. So 8s and 9s. Fantastic job. You might be the only competitor for that age group today, but you represented well. Great job. All right, so next to the stage will be Keko Kali. So when the judges are ready, and just turn your mic on, you got it. Bow, please. Start, please. Fantastic job. Thank you so much. Great start to the last category, women 18 to 34. We'll share those scores as soon as they're ready. And time first. So, as Wahid and Tim were saying, we'll have another 30 competitors tomorrow, starting at the same time, 12 o'clock to whenever we get done. I also am looking for one competitor, Erica Lee. All right, the time is 2:54, coming in close to 3 minutes. Fantastic job. And again, we'll share those scores as soon as they're ready. So you have 2 more chances to compete after this weekend. Oh, display is ready. One time in Berkeley, California, and another in Boston area. All right. Fantastic scores. Coming in 8s. The 6, 7 at the end. Representing Utah. All right, judges are ready for the next competitor. It's calling Megan Cruz to the stage. Bow when you're ready. Start, please. Thank you very much. Fantastic job. Right, so we just have a few more competitors, and we'll have those times in for you soon. Megan Cruz. Our next competitor, just getting yourself ready, is Erica Lee. Saw you appeared at the top. Thank you for joining us. 2 minutes. So wow, that's great job. Very efficient. Right. 2 minutes. And your scores will be ready soon. or competing myself. I got around 210 one time. It seemed like it took all the time in the world. All that matters is you hold that final position. It's just waiting for the scores. So our last few competitors be Erica Lee, Michelle Machamer, Jessica McBinge, and McKay Medina. All up top and ready to go. Thank you for staying with us. Staying warmed up and ready. I know that can be difficult. So remember, after today, we have tomorrow's 30 competitors and all the scores we posted on Monday. Blazing the trail to nationals, which is in State College, Pennsylvania, what they call Happy Valley. It looks like a really beautiful place. Still working on their scores. Don't forget, we have 2 more regionals coming up. One in Berkeley, California in March, and in the Boston area in May. All right, scores are ready. It's not showing the scores. Let's work on that for just a moment. Okay, so while they work on those scores, we're going to be moving on to our next competitor, which is Michelle Machamer. Or wait, is it Erica Lee? Erica Lee, my bad. Sorry to get your heart rate going. Erica Lee is next. Let's spot her. It's still not unmuted. Let me see if I can help. Could you unmute it one more time for me? Maybe this prompt will help. There you go. Perfect.
Better?
Ready? Yep.
Okay. Do I stay unmuted?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. When you're ready. Start, please. Fantastic job. Thank you so much. We'll let you know your time here shortly, along with your scores. Right. It looks like they're still working on the scores. So they told me just to move on to the next competitor. But your time, Erica Lee, was 2 minutes. Excuse me, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Sorry, bad eyes. 2 minutes, 20 seconds. All right. So our next competitor is Michelle Muchhammer. Start, please. Michelle, give me 1 second. I apologize. The judges were not ready, and it was my fault. Let's take a breather and at least a minute, and then we'll come right back to you, okay? All right, so after a couple of breaths, Michelle, you can make your way back to your mat when you're ready. Again, apologies for the confusion. All right, judges ready. Start, please. Fantastic job. Thank you very much. Excellent. So And we'll have your time for you very shortly. They're still working on the scores. 231. Coming at 231. Great job, Michelle. Next to the stage will be Jessica. Just a few moments, just so you're prepared. And waiting to hear from the judges. We'll be posting the scores between, or just all the last few of you at the end. Just two more competitors for this day. Whoever's been with us since the beginning knows we started at 11. All right, so the display for Michelle is ready. That will just take a moment to prep. So scores for Michelle on the screen. Excellent. So you see a half point. That just means you had between 3 and 4 seconds, or excuse me, between 4 and 5 seconds on your posture. So you're almost at that 5-second mark, just another breath. And the full point would be for being between 3 and 4 seconds. I'll let you look at that for a moment, but we can also change the score now. So we'll just get the scores caught up before we move on. So hang out with me just for a moment here. Megan Cruz, your scores are now ready. So if you're still around, come take a look at the screen here in just a moment. So I was not set up to MC, but to do something else today. Right, so scores for Megan Cruz on the screen. And when the judges let me know, Jessica, just be ready. You will be next. All right. Judges are ready. So calling Jessica McBinge to the stage. Hello.
Hello.
You can bow when you're ready. Start, please.
time.
Thank you very much. Great job, Jessica. We appreciate it. Now, you don't have to be on screen just yet. Give you a moment. Wait till the judges are ready. Her time was a 3:16. So, and now those situations, you'll find the whether or not you get a score in the last posture will be determined on whether or not you held the pose, the final position before 3 minutes were called. And the display is ready. So let's see Jessica's scores. Oops. One moment. Right. So you'll see it's a beautiful shoulder stand. Sometimes the timing gets you. Those are great scores. Great job, Jessica, representing Missouri. And the judges are ready for our final competitor of the day, McKay Medina. Start, please. Fantastic job. Thank you so much. McKay, representing Utah. That was our final competitor of the day. Great job, everybody. It's been a long haul. And your time, McKay, was 2:54. Fantastic time. And I will display your scores as soon as they are ready. And then everybody can go finally eat. Yeah. So we do have, again, I've said it a lot, but it's worth repeating. We have 2 more qualifiers coming up. The display is ready. And we'll cover that more in a moment. So your scores, McKay. Fantastic job. So you're doing difficult postures and getting great scores. So with that, we prepare for tomorrow. We're scheduled from 12 to about 3 o'clock tomorrow. So join us again. And sorry, I'm trying to read. I'm a very single-minded kind of person. So thank you for joining us today. And that concludes Saturday's portion of this qualifier. Again, we have more qualifiers coming up, but stay tuned tomorrow and come and enjoy some more beautiful yoga demonstrations. With that, we'll call it a day. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you. The judges and all the staff. Somebody had mentioned Tiffany Parker. She finished the day with me here, spotlighting. Thank you so much for jumping in. And all the judges, you guys did a great job. And I look forward to working with you tomorrow. All right. Have a great night, everybody. All right. Thank you again, everybody. Appreciate you.
Thanks.